all right. Good afternoon, chat. Hope we're doing well today. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're all doing well. Welcome indeed. Dio, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Busy in 45 minutes. No worries at all, dude. Hope I will not have some bugs. Yeah, I've not really had any bugs since update 9. Not with this add-on either. Well, I've only done one test sector in it, but I have done a fair bit of fiddling around with it. And haven't had too many issues. So, yeah, it should be smooth sailing, I hope. Welcome to the chat, though, everybody. Biggles, welcome to the chat. 146, the Whispering Jet. It is indeed, yeah. We're going to be flying the BAE 146 today, as you guys may have guessed. Built by a lot of my friends and flown by my friend's father, who was a test pilot at BAE Woodford, about a mile from my house. Fantastic stuff. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us, Biggles. That's very, very cool indeed. Yeah, really, really cool, actually. So hopefully I can do it justice for you today, and hopefully I don't show myself up too much. Chris Scots, welcome to the stream, brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Looking forward to getting stuck in today. I hope you've been enjoying the MD-80 as well as the 146. Actually, no, you didn't get the MD-80, did you? It was, I think it was Mariner that's got the MD-80. So, yeah, welcome nevertheless. Ryan, welcome to the chat. I am doing very well, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon to you too, and I hope you're also doing very well indeed, Ryan. Ramsey, welcome to the chat. I think Ramsey has been and gone, not sure, but welcome to the stream, Ramsey, dude. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're having a good day at work. I assume you're at work potentially today. But welcome nevertheless. Not yet, says Schutz, not yet. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm on the same. I'm really on the fence about it. It does look very, very good systems-wise, but I think there are some areas of it that do let it down for such an expensive add-on. And yeah, it's an interesting one because I think when the 737 comes out, the PNDG, I mean, I haven't done too much research into the Mad Dog, the Leonardo simulation of it, but I can only imagine that the simulation level is probably going to be fairly comparable to the PMDG, and I have a sneaky suspicion that the PMDG is going to be a decent bit cheaper, actually, than the Mad Dog, so yeah, I'm just a little bit on the fence about it. It just seems quite expensive for what it is in terms of, I mean, obviously it nails the system fidelity by the sounds of things. I've heard lots of good things about it. The autopilot, everything seems really good. It's got failures, etc. But it does fall short on sort of the visual and the audio aspect. And I mean, that's still a big part of it. So, yeah, that's kind of what's holding me back at the moment. From what I've seen anyway, and maybe they've got some updates planned. We'll see. Biggle says, should I ask him to join the stream? Well, that's entirely up to you. Yeah, entirely up to you, Biggles. By all means, if you wanted to jump in, maybe you can give us some cool tidbits of information. I'm not I'm not an expert on the 146. I have done quite a bit of reading over the last couple of days, but I'm definitely not an expert on it. So it's always really great to hear from someone who's had first-hand experience. Manacle, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you as ever. I'm so brave flying the 146 live. Yeah, I am feeling quite brave. This will be actually the second time that I've flown it in total. So it should be interesting, but it is quite a nice one to fly. It isn't too difficult, I don't think, in my opinion. So we'll see how we get on. Hopefully I don't make a complete fool of myself. We'll see. Dabron, welcome to the chat. Welcome. Skins fan, welcome to the chat as well. I hope you're doing well. And Enrique, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so today, guys, we're going to be flying the BAE 146, the recently released, or should I say the JustFlight 146 Professional. I don't think JustFlight actually use the BAE brand name in their marketing, which is fine. And we're going to be flying that from London City over to Dublin. Bear me just 1 second. Sorry guys, I've just realised I needed to let Scott know at JustFlight that if I was doing any coverage on this aircraft, which I am going to do just now. All right then, chat. So then, JustFlight, just a small sort of disclaimer, if you like. JustFlight did provide me with a copy of this aircraft to show to you guys, share with you guys. I knew you guys would be interested in this one, and you should really be. It is a very, very cool aircraft, very unique, and very, very well simulated by JustFlight. And they provided me with a copy to show you guys, share with you guys. Obviously, all opinions are my own. And, you know, the fact they've provided it to me is not going to affect my assessment of the product, if you like. I have had some time with it over the last sort of 24, 48 hours, and I am very impressed with what I've seen so far. There are a few areas that are a little bit maybe negative, but we'll cover those. What we'll do is we'll do a full flight. We're just going to do the flight and run the procedures, etc. And then at the end of the stream, I'm going to give you some of my opinions and maybe, you know, a mini sort of review, if you like, based on, you know, my humble opinion of a flight sim add-on. Obviously, I'm not a pilot, but I can certainly give you my thoughts and feelings on the aircraft, the texture, the modeling, and some other little bits here and there. So that's how it's going to go today. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this. It is a really, really cool aircraft, and the sound set on it is absolutely fantastic. So really looking forward to sharing this with you guys. Oh, and just a quick one, actually, just before we get started. How many people in the chat have actually got this add-on? Is there any of you who've already gone out and bought it? I know Schutz has got it, and Mariner as well. Welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well, mate. Manacle says we trust in you. We'll see how it goes, Manacle. We will see. Swordfish, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. It's been a while. Osaka, welcome to the chat. I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Do you think the Xbox Series X is equal to ultra or high graphics? Difficult to say, Skins fan. I'm not sure. They've probably optimized it specifically for the Xbox, so I can't really say. I don't even know if you can change the graphics options on Xbox or not. But I don't think it will be equal to Ultra, because Ultra is pretty taxing even for a very, very powerful PC. So, yeah, it's difficult to say, actually. Difficult to say. Might be worth looking on the forum, potentially. They might have a better idea. PCs are just so expensive. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Skins fan, I play the sim. I play the sim on a mixture of high, medium, and ultra. I don't have that much on ultra, and it looks great to me, I think. And you know, because the rendering engine in the sim is so good, there's not that much difference between sort of, if you go above medium settings, the difference is very, very small between medium and ultra. In most scenarios, not in all scenarios, but in most scenarios, I have played around with the graphics settings quite a lot. So I don't think you can really go wrong, honestly, with the Xbox if you don't want to shell out for a PC, in my opinion. Mary says, absolutely loving this aircraft. Yeah, mate, I'm really enjoying it. It's such a beautiful looking aircraft, I think. Harry, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. A few new names in the chat today, so thank you very much for joining us. If this is your first time in the stream, yeah, but yeah, it is looking very, very nice here in London. We're at London City Airport. This is the Orbx Scenery. Any stutters? Yeah, always get a few stutters in London, but generally quite smooth, although admittedly I haven't played tons and tons since the new update dropped, so we'll see. Amazing British engineering too. Yes, indeed, dude. Indeed. Funny story actually, Mariner. When I was at that the rave in Manchester at the Concorde hangar a few weeks back. I actually met someone who worked for BAE. They couldn't really tell me much. They were a little bit drunk, but yeah, quite a fruitful, interesting guy. Right then, chat. Let's have a look then, shall we? So, this is the BAE 146 or the JustFlight 146. Let's just crank up the brightness a bit here. There we go. So, we are on multiplayer today, guys. So, if you do want to join, you are more than welcome. We're going to be on VATSIM as well. So, yeah, more than welcome to join on either of those platforms. The reason I'm on multiplayer is just because I'm not expecting it to be particularly busy on VATSIM. So I thought, why not have both on for today? So we'll see how we get on. But first of all, let's take a little look around this this wonderful, wonderful model by JustFlight. We'll just have a very quick look at it because I guess a lot of you guys have probably already seen this many, many times in many, many streams. So we're not going to spend forever and a day looking at the actual visuals of the aircraft. But what we will do is we'll have a quick spin around here. And what I will say just right out the gate is that it is just a fantastic looking model. It looks fantastic, I think. The texturing is really, really good as well. The only thing I would mark down on a little bit is the texture resolution in some places, but for the most part the texturing is just really, really nice. Like, you can moan all you want about the texture resolution, the actual quality and detail on the textures is just brilliant. Like, if you look at, you know, the streaks coming down off the fuselage, the bits of dirt, the detailing actually in terms of the, you know, how the fuselage looks, the you know, little streaks coming off the flaps here, and if you just kind of spin around, you can just uncover loads of little details as you spin around here that only reveal themselves in certain light. So the actual texturing is really, really good in my opinion. Just the resolution maybe a little bit low on some areas, but yeah, it is a fantastic looking aircraft. In both the simulator and in the real world, the aircraft itself, I just think it's a really cool looking aircraft. Obviously with the 4 engines, the high wing, the T-tail, it's just very unique looking. There isn't really anything else that compares to it really, to my knowledge. I think it's just an awesome looking aircraft, and with the sort of stubby gear as well. Very, very cool indeed. I believe there's a BAE Systems hangar at Humberside. Yes, I believe there is. Yep. Where are we going? We're going to Dublin. So with Aer Lingus, so we're going to fly back to Dublin. I believe this was an old route they did back in the day. And yeah, that's where we're going to be going. Nice little detail as well. This GPU here on the side is actually it's actually part of the add-on itself. You can see it's got a nice bit of heat blur coming off it as well, which is a nice little detail, honestly. All right then, chat. Biggle says, I messed up. My friend's dad was a test pilot on the 748 and later the ATP, not the 146. Oh, fair enough. No worries at all, dude. It's still, nevertheless, very, very cool. Hey, Ripper Gaming. Welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. It's been a while. Thank you very much for the kind words. And yeah, I will do. Thank you very much. Hope you had a good stream, dude. And welcome raiders from Ripper's stream. Welcome, guys. We're just about to get underway, so you're coming at the perfect time here. All right then, chat. So enough of this faffing around. Let's see if we can actually... Oh, I've just realised. Look how the Aer Lingus livery almost matches the colour of these notifications up here. Very nice. All right then, chat. So enough faffing about. Let's jump into the flight deck then, and we can start getting set up for the flight today. So here we are. We're at the door. We imagine we've just come up the stairs here. And we're going to come on board and have a look. So there is a cabin in here. It's not super detailed, but it is quite nice. Nevertheless, we can have a look at that again when we're in flight. But jumping straight into the flight deck, which is the real star of the show here. Very, very nice indeed. We'll get in and sit right down onto the chair here. Let me turn the music down a bit as well. Turn the sim volume up a touch. You can hear that low hum of the GPU. I'm going to keep the sim volume quite loud, I think, for this stream, because I want you guys to hear the sounds in this, because it is a very nice sounding sound set. Chris, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook. Hope you're well. Welcome to the stream. Eddie as well, thank you very much for the 100 stars. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much, Eddie. All right then, chat. So welcome to the flight deck. This is the flight deck of the 146. Just a few cool little things I wanted to point out before we actually go any further. You can actually hide away the tablet here, which took me a minute to find, which is actually quite nice, because when you're in this view right here and then you go onto your second screen, it is quite easy to accidentally click the tablet. Even when you're on the second screen, for some reason it seems to carry on with clicking. So I'm just going to hide that for the initial setup. We'll also we'll leave the yoke there. That doesn't really get in the way too much. You can also hide this little sort of clipboard for your paper charts as well. We're not going to be needing that. We'll hide that on that side as well. GJ, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well indeed. Welcome to the stream. Ripper says, I'm going to download your video and learn. You know I do. Your detail on aircraft is legendary. Oh, thank you very much, Ripper. That is super, super kind of you. Thank you very much, dude. Guys, if you also don't know who Ripper is, great streamer over on Facebook Gaming. Highly recommend you go check out his channel. A very, very nice guy, as you can see. Yeah, this is going to be only really the second time I've flown this aircraft, so maybe this is not the best tutorial in the world, but hopefully, you know, hopefully we could maybe do okay on it. We'll see. Right then, chat. So what you can actually do, what I thought was really, really nice actually in this flight deck, and it's just these small little details that I really enjoy. We can first of all fold away the armrests. Let's see, does the left armrest move as well? It does. Fantastic. Okay, so they both do, and you can actually adjust the seats in here. So if you grab this little handle here, you can actually adjust the seats like this, which I thought was really cool. We should have done that when we came in, really, shouldn't we? We should have come in and pulled the seat back and then got in, and then pulled it forwards again. How cool is that? That's brilliant. And then we can also actually set a bit of a sunshade. We're probably not going to need it today, but if we click down here, bring it up there, and you can actually bring it all the way around like this, which is really, really cool, actually. Oh, what happened there? There we go. Okay, and then you can do the same on this side. Really, really nice little thing, that, I think. Nevertheless, enough faffing around. Let's start getting started up. GJ, I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you doing? You didn't know that, Mariner? Yeah, it's a cool little thing, isn't it? Right then, chat. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's see if I can actually remember everything. I'm going to challenge myself to remember things for this one. I have done a couple of startups in this, and I want to try and challenge myself to sort of remember how things are done in this one. So initially, what we're going to do is racking my brains. Right, so we're going to make sure the air brake is set to in, which it is. The flaps handle should actually be at 0, so I'm actually going to do that now. We'll also come down, make sure the transponder is in standby, which it is. Also make sure the gear lever is down, which it also is. And we'll come up top. Like so. Come to the back here, we'll turn the nav lights to high intensity. And I'm definitely going to miss things today, chat, but I think that should do it. Right. Cool. We'll turn the batteries on, so battery 1 and battery 2. Nice little sound there. We're going to go straight to external power because we've got external AC power available. As I said earlier on, we've got the GPU connected just out here. You can see that heat blur there. So we're going to go straight to external power. Like so. That switch is spring-loaded. It always goes back to the middle. Right, okay, and then what we're going to do is just run through a few quick things before we start getting into setting the systems up. So we'll get the cabin emergency lights to arm, no smoking signs to auto, and we will come across to this left side, yaw damper master. We'll get all these master switches on. We'll get the anti-skid on, as well as the lift spoilers, yellow and green. We'll get those on as well. And coming a little bit further down, let's just have a quick scan here. I'm going to turn a few of the lights up as well, because it is a bit of a glum day here. I was expecting it to rain here in London, but it actually seems like it's not raining at the moment, is it? But I mean, it was forecast, so we'll see what happens. We've got quite a few clouds knocking about, so it might get a bit dark. So I'm going to turn some of the lighting up in case. I should have checked my battery voltages as well. So we've got the external AC power on, so there's no load on the battery, but we do have around about 27, 28 volts on the batteries. It should be at least 26, I believe. So we're good for the batteries. Right, we'll get the bus ties to auto for AC and DC, and the standby inverter and standby generator armed as well. We'll turn on the galley power as well, because we're going to get the passengers boarded up shortly. We'll have a bit of lighting in the... lighting, and we'll have power for the flight attendants as well. Everything in the middle here is fine. We're not actually going to use the APU for the start of the engine, so I'm actually not going to do anything at all with the APU for now. I'm just going to leave that alone completely. I thought I'd just try something a little bit different. Obviously, most of the time you'd use the APU to start this aircraft, but let's try something a little bit different today. We're actually going to try a DC, external DC engine start, and then we're going to do a cross generator start for the rest of the engines once we've started engine 4. Mainly because, I mean, this is probably not something that's done really that much in the real world. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but obviously London City Airport is slap bang in the middle of a city. They try and limit how much you're going to use your APU on the ground, so I thought maybe that's something that maybe sometimes happens, who knows, but we're going to give it a try, just to try something a bit different. And everything else looks good here. Don't need to touch anything to do with the ice, pressurization packs. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll actually set our cruising flight level for today. We're cruising at flight level 300, so the needle doesn't actually go up to 300. As you can see, 300 is in the middle here. So we're actually just going to set that to 8,000 feet as the cabin altitude instead, which is the procedure if you are going above flight level 290. Right, okay, so air supply we're not going to touch for the time being. Again, APU air we're not going to use. We will turn the APU on the taxi out and for the initial takeoff, so we do have some air conditioning, but we're going to leave it off for now, and we'll get some more lighting on here as well. Right, we'll turn the flight deck emergency lights to armed. Okay, cool. Then we'll come down here. We will set the current QNH, which we can actually get through the FMS here. So the position is already initialized here in the FMS, but we can go to index, data link, and weather. We can request EGLC, and we'll send that to the Meta. EGLC is, this is at 1350 Zulu, so about half an hour ago, just over. Winds are 270 at 10 knots, so a little bit of wind here. 17 degrees, 8 degree dew point. QNH is 1018, so that's what I was looking for. So we'll set that like so. Something like that. Right, all right. Just make sure all the other altimeters are set accordingly. I think they should all sync up. So 1019, 1019. And 1019 there. Everything looking good. Great stuff. Make sure we've got 3 greens. Now we've got power on for the gear, which we do indeed. All looking good there. We'll go ahead and power on our radios as well. And I'm going to actually turn this to the on position. There we go. This is for the DME. So if you don't have that on, you won't see a DME reading down here when you have a nav tuned. We're going to have that on. We will probably use, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do the departure yet. We might use some traditional nav for the departure. But we might also use the FMS data. I'm not sure yet. We'll decide that in a moment. Right. Could be further down. Make sure the weather radar is... It says to make sure that it's tilted to +15 and off, which it is. That's fine with me. This doesn't actually work at the moment. You can actually turn it on in map mode, and it will just show nearby airports. That's really all it does at the moment. But we'll leave that off for now. And then coming further down, making sure the parking brake is in yellow and on, which it is. And then also, we can turn on the brake temperature. So check the brake temperatures on each of the different gears or wheels, or you can set it to max, which is going to show you the max temperature, or the whichever one is on the highest temperature. You can also test it like so. So there's a bunch of tests you can run in here, which we will run through momentarily. I'll go ahead and turn the ADF radios on as well, just in case. We're definitely not going to use it, but we'll do that. We'll also set our squawk code, if it's going to let me. These buttons seem a little bit slow to respond. We'll set squawk 2000. There we go. We can also click this ATC FID button, and you can put in your call sign. So we'll put that in. So we're going to be Echo India November, which is Shamrock 54. So we'll put in... Oops. Of course I do it wrong immediately. Hello, come on, please. Okay, it doesn't want to let me do it today. There we go. It's like using an old school phone. It's taking me back to the early noughties, this. And that's the wrong button. Hey, JustFlight's in the chat. Welcome to the chat, JustFlight. Hope you're doing well. Oh dear, I've clicked something there while I was looking at the chat. Richard, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god. It requires a very specific timing to get these buttons right, I find. There we go. We're cooking on gas now. Enter. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we've got our call sign in there as well, and we'll press this button again to go back to our squawk code. There we go. Perfect. Right, chat. So we haven't actually done a briefing or anything like that as of yet. We'll do that in just a moment now that we've got the aircraft initialized. GJ, glad you're doing good. Glad you're doing good. Yes, it has been a while. I mean, I haven't done too many streams in actual fact, so yeah, there's not been too many for you to catch, to be fair. Skins fan said, have you ever flown a plane IRL? Yes, I have indeed, Skins fan, yeah. I've flown a couple of Cessnas. I've never flown an airliner, though. Unfortunately. Burkan asks, terrain level detail 200, 400? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you talking about the radar here? It doesn't, unfortunately, do any terrain on this now. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're asking about my graphics settings, aren't you? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, sorry. I have it on 100, actually. Richard asks where we're flying to. We are flying to Dublin. Yeah, we're flying with Aer Lingus today in the beautiful BAE 146, or the JustFlight 146. Professional, should I say. Patrick says, hello, sir. Glad to see you flying this airplane. I'm working right now, so I'll check up on you as things go on. Yeah, dude. No worries at all. I hope work is okay and you're not working too hard. Yeah, but welcome, Patrick. Yeah, guys, I hope you can hear the sounds here. Oh, it's just brilliant. I love the ambience in the flight deck. It's really, really cool, I think. Really, really cool. Right, so we've got the aircraft initialized. What we'll do is we'll run through a few of the quick tests. Now, there is a lot of tests you can run in this aircraft, so I'm not going to run through them all. But there are quite some cool sort of sounds and things like that to hear when you do the tests, and obviously you can kind of see how they interface with the rest of the system as well. Now, I might not be able to remember off the top of my head all of the enunciations and things like that, but I will do my best to kind of show you guys what to look for when you're running the tests. So, we can come right up to the top here. We can do the engine overspeed test. In fact, what we'll do is we'll actually come down here. Now, I believe you're supposed to pull this... Oh, it is already pulled outwards. Okay, that's fine. No worries at all. Right, so we'll come back up top and we'll do the engine overspeeds. Now, I'm not sure... I don't think there is actually an enunciation for this. I tried this one before and I couldn't see any enunciation, and off the top of my head... Oh, sorry, there is an enunciation right there. So I'm clicking holding right now, and I'm just changing the camera using the instrument camera views. So you can see engine overspeed there. And that is the only enunciation. I'm not going to run through each of the tests for 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just going to do one for each. I think it's probably good enough. And we'll keep you guys sane, I think. Of course, we need to check as well, make sure all the fire handles in. That's not something I checked already, so... There we go. Oh, also, I'm definitely getting distracted here, but you can actually move these lights as well. Quite a cool little thing. I haven't seen an aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim that you can actually do that with yet. So, quite a cool little feature. And I also discovered as well that if I bring up the tablet again, you can actually move the tablet by clicking on the corners, like so. And move it sort of forwards and backwards as well. If I... can get the hang of it here. Let's just move this out of the way. There we go, moving it forwards. Moving it backwards. Rotating it. Oh. Pretty nice, actually. It'd be, I think it'd be a bit nicer if it could just be dragged, but nevertheless, quite a nice little feature. So you can have it nice and straight, so you don't have to, like in the fly-by-wire. Oh. Like in the fly-by-wire, you have to kind of tilt your head, don't you, to get it to look right, but you can get it nice and straight in here, which is quite handy. Right. Sorry, I'm definitely getting sidetracked here. Now then, let me see if I can remember the where the light control is for that light right there. So we'll go turn this one up. And we'll put lap and sill on. And the flight kit light. Coming back up top. I've still not managed to turn that on. I assume that's maybe dome light. I'm not going to search for it right now. But we have the same lights basically here, which you can also move. And on this side as well. Very cool indeed. Right, so let's do some of these tests then. Engine fire test. Obviously we've got the light here. And then coming down to the initiation, engine 1 fire, loop 1 fault. And there we go. Letting go, they disappear. Very good indeed. We're not going to do all 4 engines because it's obviously just the same thing for all engines. There we go. Okay, APU fire. So we're going to get an APU fire warning on the APU panel here and loop fault. And we'll get APU fire and a little arrow up telling you to look above, and then APU and a little arrow telling you to look above. And of course these lights should also come on as well. I think if I press this down like that. So this is the master warning system control panel. Pulling this out is actually going to inhibit some of the warnings whilst you're on the ground. As you can see, it says pull ground op. So I guess the idea is you pull this out while you're on the ground to inhibit various different warnings that might not be relevant whilst you're running through the initial setup. But if we push it in... Wrong button. There we go, APU fire. Come back down here and you can see this time the master warning and master caution lights both lit up there. Right, APU overspeed. You've got the audible dinging sound, but no enunciation for this one. I suppose your indication would be right here, so you would see it going into the red band. Wait for the binging. Actually, no, the binging's not going to stop, is it? There we go. Okay. Fine. Engine APU extinguishing. So you've got all the enunciations here that you can see. And here as well on the APU panel. And nothing down here. And you'll notice that these are actually written in white. So they're more of an advisory rather than a caution. Smoke detection. Nothing above. And there we go. We've got electrical smoke in red there on the master warning system. And obviously the red warning lights. Wow, there really is a lot of these, isn't there? Darren says, bit the massive bullet and got myself a PC. Microsoft Flight Sim and Thrustmaster TCF, which stream for a few months. Expensive toy, but definitely worth it. Wow, dude, amazing! I'm glad to hear that that you've got it, and you'll have to let me know how you get on. If you have any questions or anything like that, please do feel free to drop them in the chat or on our Discord. Anywhere, dude, I'm happy to help. So what we're going to do for the rest of these tests actually is I'm actually just going to pull the master warning system to pull ground up. Just because it stops me having to press the master warning, master caution buttons every time, and I'm very lazy. So there we go. So stall warning. Let's show the yoke. It is already showing. So stall warning. You've got the stick pusher going there. You've also got the stall valve A open and B open there. Very, very good sound for that. I do enjoy that. Let's try that one again, just with a better camera angle there. Let's try stall warning 2. There we go. Look at that. Brilliant. And then you've obviously got the enunciation here on the first off side as well. Very good. Zone loops. Now, let's see. We don't have any noises for this one. And no enunciations either. Have I actually pressed that down? I have indeed. I may be looking in the wrong place for that one. Okay. We carry on. I don't want to waste too much of your time with all these tests. Some of them I may do have to just have another quick look through the manual. There is a lot to remember. Stall ident, and again, let's see, we do have an enunciation down here. Stall, that might not be a stall ident actually, but we've got an enunciation here. Okay, all looking good. Speed warning. Very, very nice sounds there indeed. I keep forgetting my keybinds here. There we go. Now, this one does not have any enunciation either. Okay. Moving on. We've done that one. Sorry, guys. Anti-skid faults, yellow and green. We can see that's enunciated up here. We should have an enunciation down here as well. We do indeed. And the green one. Anti-skid down here again. No enunciation up here though on that one. Oh yes, we did. Yep, I'm just blind. I think I pressed them too quickly. I didn't let them disappear. There we go. Okay, rear bay high temperature. We've got an enunciation down here. And we should have one down here on the master warning system as well. There we go. On the air conditioning panel. Flap safety. We've got flap in up here on the master warning system. Flap control fault, we probably have the same thing again. A flap fault down here. And same thing will appear for the green, I imagine. We can test the horn, which we know is already working. And the squat SW. Now, I will admit, I don't actually know what that is, to be quite honest. But we have no enunciation for it. So I may have... that may be a warning that you can't do at this stage of the setup, potentially. But I will have to look that up for the next flight. And then we have the this one as well. Ground pressurization. which I believe only lights up. I believe that's literally the test there. So as long as it lights up, that is a good test. Right. Okay, so that's those tests done. As you can see, there is a lot. There are some more things we can actually test here, which I am going to run through with you guys, because this is... We might as well, you know, do all this stuff, at least on the first time we fly this thing, just so you guys can kind of, you know, see. Because, I mean, it is a flight sim. This thing doesn't have failures built in. So, technically speaking, you don't have to do this stuff. You don't have to run the test, because you can pretty much almost certainly know that everything is going to work. Because, like I say, there's no failures built in. But, you know, we might as well run through this. You might never do it yourself, but at least you can see what it does here. So we can test the annunciators with this button right here. We've got all the overhead annunciators coming on there, which is quite a sight to see, to be honest with you. I quite enjoy that. And we can let that one go. Sounds like that's an F-18 landing here or something. There it is. Right, and then we do have another annunciator test somewhere down here, which I have now lost. Or did I imagine that one? Potentially I imagined that one. Let's just press this one again and then come down. Okay, yes, there is another one down here. Oh, it's here. It's right here. So we push the master warning system test in, and we get all the annunciators lighting up, along with the master caution, and the chime, and the master warning. So we turn that off and pull it back out. Now, I wonder if there's a test for these annunciators, because I did not see those come on last time. Interesting. I feel like there should be a test for those, considering you can test the rest. In fact, right here, there we go. So we've got the flight annunciator test there. You can see all the annunciators lighting up. Very good indeed. And then on the co-pilot side, okay, this test button does it all. There we go. Great stuff. All right, we're getting there now, chat. If you're bored of tests, we might as well power on the TMS here. It should run a self-test when you first turn it on. I think I also imagined that one, so we'll press the test button. And that's a good test. So I'm actually going to turn that off for now, and then we'll come back to that when we do our initial setup. Right, chat. So we'll come down here finally, and we'll test the TCAS. As you can see, the TCAS
system test okay.
TCAS lighting up there. Great stuff. So that's a good test. Also, you can test the VHF radios. Great stuff. They're fine. All looking good. We'll leave those on. And I think that's all the tests done, chat. We can test the ADFs as well. There's nothing... I'm not sure if that's modelled. But I wouldn't really see how you would actually test those. What the output would be, even. Maybe I need to check that one, but let's face it, we're not really going to use the ADFs. So, we'll leave that for now. I'll turn the yaw damper on whilst we're here. Yes, I will forget that otherwise. And I think we're nearly there. Let's test the DME. And we can also test the ILS, which is going to show... Sorry, the DME is going to show down here as well. There we go. And it removes the flags. We can also test the ILS like so. And that goes to the up position as well. So testing above the center point on the glide slope there. Right. And then we can do the same again. So we're testing the bottom right and the top left basically on the localizer glide slope. And then finally, nav 2 test, as you can see. Oh, is that not working? Wait, is that depressed or? Huh. Oh, it was pressed in. I didn't see anything happen with that. I would have thought it'd be... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything happen with that. Right, we carry on anyway. I'm aware I don't want to spend time troubleshooting because I know this is a long process. We can test the altitude horn. And I think that's it, guys. So many tests. So many tests. Oh, I forgot this one as well, which is showing engine vibration. Right, okay then, chat. So we're just about ready to do a briefing and start doing something of interest. Oh, I do apologise. One more test. Test the radio altimeter, and we can do the same on this side. Oh, and by the way, check this out, guys. How cool is this little animation right here? Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right, okay then, chat. Oh, no more tests. Cockpit voice recorder. That one works as well. Brilliant stuff. We can run this test as well. Let's see if we can actually get the arrow to appear. Oh, it is actually in the test position currently. Okay. Fine with me. And then we finally will come over to here. We'll turn up the lights on this side. I know it's light today, but we want to have the lights on just to kind of show you guys. So this is the flight data recorder here. We've got the date, which is the 4th of the 5th month, and then you can also put in your flight number and flight leg. So this is the first leg. You can see it's very faint to read, and then you can put in your flight number, which is going to be 054. So that's in. Obviously, that's a bit of a simism. It doesn't actually do anything, but nevertheless, you can go ahead and do that if you wish. We'll turn the oxygen on as well. And the main valve. And then we'll come and turn the oxygen on my side as well. Lovely stuff. We can also test the oxygen masks, make sure they're working. Little cross and some oxygen released. Very good indeed. And on this side as well. Very good. Okay, chat. If you were, if you wanted to know how detailed this add-on is, there you go. Many tests. Dear oh dear. Asa, good afternoon. I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. Irsad, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Good afternoon. Chris says, JustFlight have done a really good job, to be fair. It will be interesting to see how they improve the FMS over time. Just sticking the working title FMS in there is surely a temporary thing. Yeah, I think they have said. I mean, JustFlight is in the chat. I don't know if they're still here, whether they can comment on that or not. But I did hear something on the grapevine that potentially they might be changing it up going forwards. But we will see. We will see. Dougie says, is the 146 worth all the rave? Well, you can make your own judgment today, but I personally think it is. Electric Cloud, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Not seeing you before. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right then, chat. So just one thing that was annoying me before we get going is I just want to find where this the switch for this light is right here. So standby compass and iLocate to push on and off. So that's the lights for the standby compass, and I imagine there's some kind of light on this. This is going to be your eye position indicator. So if you guys don't know what this is, some of you might not know this actually, but this is an eye position indicator. So you can see it's got 2 yellow balls and a black ball. So the idea is when the black ball covers the yellow ball in the back, you're sat in the right position. So if I reset my view here, you can see how the black ball is covering the yellow ball. But if I move to the right, you can see the yellow ball again. So that's the wrong spot to sit. So basically what it does is it means that you have like a constant, view out the window every time you sit in the aircraft, no matter what seat position it's in. You can always get back to that same sort of view that you used to in the flight deck. Right. Still looking for the button for that light. I won't look for it too long. But I don't see it, chat. I don't see it. It's not up here, is it? These are all circuit breakers now. What is that that's appearing there? Oh, is that for the fire handles? Huh. Interesting. So this is the lap lights. The sill light is... No, sorry, that's the sill light. No, it's not. The sill light's going from somewhere else. Oh dear, chat. Okay, we could be a while trying to find this. We'll look for it in the cruise. Right then, chat. Chase Sawyer, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Let's get on with the briefing anyway, and then we'll run the... Now, we'll do the checklist now. So, let's make sure we've done flight deck safety checklist. So, landing gear we've already confirmed down. Weather radar is off and 15 degrees up. Transponder is standby. Air brake and flaps in and up. Nav lights high intensity. Battery 1 and 2 both on. Voltage checked. Parking brake is yellow and park. Master all on. Anti-skid is on. Lift spoilers yellow and green are both on. AC and DC bus tyres both auto. Standby inverter and generator both armed. Generators 1 and 4 are both off and in the reset position. I'm just going to double check that one now. They are indeed. That's these two right here. APU generator is actually off. We're not going to use the APU just yet, so we'll leave that one. Fuel pump is for the APU start, so we're not going to do that one either. Fire handles are all in. Landing gear indications are 3 greens. Master warning system is tested and norm. In fact, there we go. That is now norm. Overhead enunciations are tested and norm. Cabin emergency lights are armed. I'll just double check I did that. Yes, they are. DC pump. We didn't actually check the hydraulic system just yet, so we'll go ahead and do that now. There we go. So we'll get the DC pump on. We'll look for a rise in PSI here on the yellow system. believe you can actually hear this as well. No, maybe not. That's the AC pump I'm thinking of. So look for a rise. That's all looking good. That should actually start to replenish the accumulator here for the brake on the yellow system, which it is doing. You can see that's rising, which is very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, so that's all good. We'll turn the DC pump off. So that's checked. AC pump and PTU. So we'll turn the AC pump on and the PTU. So now you can hear the AC pump. If I come back here, you can actually hear that whirring sound is the AC pump working. And then we do also have a PTU in this aircraft. So if I turn the PTU on, you can actually hear that as well. It's a little bit like the Airbus, but not quite the same sound. So we can see now that both the hydraulic systems are pressurized through the AC pump and the PTU, which is transferring the hydraulic pressure over to the green system from the yellow system. So if we turn the PTU off, we'll see the green system drop. And then if we turn the AC pump off, we'll see the yellow system drop as well, and you can hear the sound cut out. Very good indeed. Right, so flight deck emergency lights are armed. Yaw dampers are both on. Oxygen mask 100% flow and checked. Oxygen main valve is on. That is the flight deck safety check complete. So before we start the engines, obviously we've got a few more things we need to do here. We'll do a full briefing, so we'll jump over to the fuzz pad for that. All right, so let's do it. Okay then, chat. So we'll just have a quick review of the OFP, and then we will have a quick look through the charts. We don't have too much to worry about in terms of charts for today. It's fairly simple departure procedure out of London City. Let's see. Do we actually have any controllers online? We do actually have London Centre on. Are they going to cover us? I will have to check that momentarily. I think they might do, though. London South Centre, I'm pretty sure they do cover London City, so we'll have to call them for clearance once we are ready here. So we'll do a quick briefing of the OFP. So today we're going to be Shamrock 54 is our call sign. We're coming from London City over to Dublin. We're in a BAE 146, the code is B Bravo 463. The date today is the 4th of May. And as you can see, our departure time, 15:45 Zulu, so we've got about half an hour before our off-block time. And we're expecting to arrive into Dublin at 5:04 Zulu time in the afternoon. Ground distance is 311 miles, and we can expect a slight headwind, or quite a moderate headwind for the trip today of 37 knots. Estimated weights is takeoff weight of 39.7 tons, landing weight of 37.5, and a zero fuel weight of 35.1. Our alternate is this Shannon? I believe it is, yes. Alternate. Oh, look at that. Wait. Look at that. Hey, 146 has just landed here in the Flybe livery. Love to see it. Very, very nice indeed. And we've also got someone on VATSIM here in an MD-80. Very good indeed. Very good indeed. Alright, so back to the fuzz pad. Cruising flight level today is going to be flight level 300, which is basically the service ceiling for this aircraft. Block fuel we need to order is 4802, 4.8 tons there on the block fuel. Routing, we're expecting runway 27 here at London City. We'll do another quick check on the METAR there. Winds are 250 at 5 knots, so yeah, we can expect that for departure most likely. There is no ATIS at the moment, but we can use the METAR information. We're expecting to use the Bravo Papa Kilo, the Brookmans Park 1 Alpha departure off runway 27. Taking us out to Brookmans Park and our en route flight plan here. I'm not going to go through it all, but that is our routing there. And we can expect Bagso 2 X-ray into Dublin on runway 28 left, which is fairly normal for Dublin. Coming further down, we have 99 passengers on board today. And down to the weather, which is probably a little bit out of date now, which it is. So we'll look for updated weather for London City in a moment. But looking at Dublin, winds are 290 at 15 knots, so quite a decent bit of wind at the moment at Dublin. 15 degrees. Weather overall fairly similar to here in London. And the forecast is looking like the wind is going to potentially decrease as we go through the afternoon here. Alternate is Shannon. Weather looking pretty much fairly similar with some variable winds there. And again, we can expect to see the winds decrease over the afternoon at Shannon also. Looking at the charts and maps for today, our routing is, as you can see, up straight over the centre of England here, over up to the northwest, and then over the Irish Sea down into Dublin. We do have some significant weather here on the significant weather charts. All right, so let's see. So I've got a couple of indications here. So we've got this little jagged area here, which is obviously going off the chart like so. That is referring to this right here. So you've got some moderate icing between flight levels 200 down below flight levels 100. That shouldn't really affect us, but we obviously just need to get the bigger picture here, and we can expect some moderate turbulence between flight levels 180 down to below flight levels 100. You can see here in the bottom left, this chart only covers flight levels 100 to flight levels 450. So that's just in this area. Now, the prevailing wind in the UK at the moment is a westerly, so if this is in sort of a weather system, that should potentially get blown away from us, so we shouldn't need to worry too much about that. But we can also see here, we've got this dotted line here and here, and that refers to this number 1, which you can see down here is some moderate icing between flight levels 210 and flight levels 390. So we may need to look to use anti-ice on the departure. We'll have to obviously keep an eye out for clouds up at those higher flight levels once we're on the climb outs. You can also see our routing here does also intersect a jet stream. However, the jet stream is at flight levels 320 and it's approximately 110 knots going southeasterly there. However, that shouldn't really affect us. We should already be on our descent somewhere around here, so we're going to be flying away from that band of high wind. You can also see covering most of Ireland here another area of moderate turbulence between flight level 200 and below flight level 100 there. So again, need to bear in mind turbulence on the way in. Now, sorry, I've got that the wrong way around, haven't I? I do apologise. Sorry, this is icing. This is moderate icing. Moderate icing is this symbol right here. Sorry, I got that wrong, didn't I? And the turbulence is this symbol right here. So apologies, I've just read that completely wrong. My bad. But yeah, we can expect some moderate icing on the descent there into Dublin. And then this area right here, I'll say it again. That's actually going to be moderate turbulence, not icing, like I said before. So there we go. That's the significant weather charts. Obviously, we can look on the higher flight levels as well, but that's not really applicable to us. And then we can see an overall picture of the wind. As you can see, it's more or less a westerly, southwesterly wind. Coming up higher, it is a bit more of a southerly wind. Southerly, should I say. And even higher up, flight level 340, it's again southwesterly mostly. So that's the OFP. We'll come back into Navigraph now, and let's have a quick look at our expected departure procedure. Now then, data link departure clearance is not going to be relevant for us. It's quite straightforward here at London City, so I'm not really going to spend too much time on this. There isn't really anything too major to point out here that's abnormal to any other airports. Obviously, we've got noise abatement procedures and minimum runway occupancy time, but we will do that anyway. No issues at all. So we'll have a look at the taxi. So we're expecting runway 27 here at London City. So we've got the 40-9 chart here at London, UK. Echo Golf Lima Charlie, and the airport elevation is 19 feet. The ATC isn't online, so this section is not really too relevant to us. Why does it keep doing that? Not sure why it does that. Let's see. Strange. So this is not really relevant to us. The taxi at London City is very straightforward. Obviously, there's only one taxiway. You can see the chart actually reflects the brand new taxiway they've had installed here at London City. Now, this doesn't appear in the sim, unfortunately. The scenery hasn't been updated just yet. So you can see the new taxiway is basically from about here, I think, all the way down to the runway like that. But it's not actually like that in the scenery. So we're going to have to taxi more or less down here. And then onto the runway, we'll have to backtrack and turn around and depart runway 27 like so. So that's going to be the taxi. Pretty straightforward. Nothing really too much to say about it. Someone's at my door. Bear with me just 1 second. Right then, chat. Sorry about that. Okay, so like I was saying, the taxi out fairly straightforward. Straight down the, I believe the taxiway is Tango, all the way down. Now, the departure itself on the flight plan is the Brookmans Park 1 Alpha. Now, if we do have a controller on, and I mean, even if we don't have a controller on, I think what I'm going to do is, just to kind of mix things up a little bit, what I want to try and do is I want to try and do the Brookmans Park 5 Tango. This one is an RNAV only departure. But what I'd quite like to try is just doing the 5 Tango, which is essentially just using ground-based nav aids. So what we'll do is I'm just going to check whether this controller is covering our area first of all, and then we'll have to maybe get our clearance first and see if he'll let us fly that one before I brief it. So we'll do that. Alright, let's catch up with some chat anyway before I do that. Lil Pop, welcome to the chat. Going very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you doing? Director General Noah, welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the VMR, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Graphics settings, I will have... I'll just scroll through them very quickly, and feel free to pause the video on the settings there. So I'm using a mixture of ultra and medium and high. Anything external for graphics? Nothing external for graphics now. Darren has got some information for us. Had a read. I think the squat SW means squat switches centered in landing gear struts that register when shocks are compressed and control a number of different systems, including spoiler systems. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it does sound like it could be something to do with that. Certainly, I could look it up in the manual. The manual has a lot of information on basically everything, so it's probably in there. But alas, I've not had time to read the whole thing yet. But yeah, that does sound like it could be something. That you could be on the right lines there for sure. Hassan, I don't know if I welcomed you yet, but welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I think the textures are low res. Just tried it today, and A32NX looks a lot better. Yeah, I mean some of the textures definitely are a bit lower resolution than what are on the default aircraft. Certainly, I will say that I have noticed that as well. But as I was saying earlier on, the detail on the textures is just absolutely sublime. Like, even if they are a little bit low resolution, honestly, the detail kind of makes up for it, really. As long as you're not zooming in like crazy, which, let's face it, you're not most of the time, they look absolutely stellar. But yeah, I have noticed there is a little bit of low resolution going on there. But hey ho, it is a very complex aircraft. I'm not sure how, how the balance is struck there between texture resolution and system fidelity and stuff like that. I don't know enough about it to really comment on whether that was something they had to do. But yeah, I think it's important not to just look at the resolution of the texture, but to look at the overall feel and detail on the texture. Because if you generally look around the flight deck, I mean, you don't really notice any sort of pixelation unless you zoom in, really. And the actual detail on the texture is really, really good. Like, you can see all the wear and the what is the what? Okay, that must be a corrupted AIG thing. Oh no, that's a multiplayer aircraft. Interesting. Very strange. But yeah, like I was saying, you can see, the actual attention to detail in terms of the, the scratches and marks on everything, and it's very, very detailed texture work. So I can't really comment on the resolution, whether it was done to save FPS. I don't know. But yeah, it's a fair point. But I think you've got to look at it from a balanced perspective, I suppose. They are still good textures. They're just maybe a little bit lower res than the default aircraft. Luca says, had a test in school today about SIGMETs. You scared the F out of me for a sec. How was that, dude? How did you do on the test about Sigmas? Mariner's coming in for approach. Oh, you're coming in at London City. Can we see you? I think maybe I missed you, right? And the weather's cleared up here. I thought it was forecast to rain this afternoon. So much for my misleading thumbnail. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the clarification there. JustFlight, I don't know, Scott, if that's you, but thank you very much. They're saying we'll certainly continue to look at adding other navigation options like the older UNS-1 and the newer GTN to reflect the wide variety of retrofit options found in the real 146s. Very good. Oh, you're not landed yet, Mariner. Okay, we'll have to try and look for you then. Very good, very good. Wish we had wing flex on this aircraft. I mean, they are fairly small wings, to be honest. I don't know how much they would flex in real life, but I've not really noticed, to be honest. Mariner's 17 miles out. We'll have to try and spot him. But let me just, like I said, I'm getting sidetracked here, but I'm just checking VATSIM UK to make sure whether we're covered or not by the controller here. So bear with me. Okay. Yes, indeed. We are covered by... Yeah, we are covered by London Control. Okay, great stuff. Right then, chats. Can we see Mariner yet? Not just yet. You have to let us know when you're on short file on Mariner. Hopefully you don't go swimming. Yeah, like I did yesterday. Right, okay, so we'll get the radios tuned. We need 129 or 425 for London Control. I should have gone upwards. I think if I click and hold, it's a bit quicker. Maybe. 425. There we go. Active frequency.
542 left, turn left, heading 075.
Oh, apparently we're squawk mode Charlie. Hang on.
Easy 542, turn left, heading 075. Turn left.
Huh, why are we mode Charlie?
Easy 542, turn left, heading 075.
You can see it's mode Charlie on VATSIM, even though we don't have it set in the aircraft here. Very strange. Let's see, is Mariner coming in? Not yet. Okay, that's rather strange.
Skyways 9139, climb flight level 330. 330, Skyways 9139.
Can the 146 land on grass runways? I'm not sure actually. Interesting. Right. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to work out why Mode Charlie is active on VATSIM when the transponder isn't set to on at the moment. How bizarre. I guess I'll have to try and find a dot command for that.
Voisin 537 Tango, London Control, good evening. Southampton QNH 1018, clearance is to Harpooner West, it's a... yeah, stand by, quick back.
Right. Okay, I cannot mode Charlie with a command, so I'm at a loss as to why I'm mode Charlie.
Cleared to Hammersmith West via Lima 620, flight level 70, initial climb, squawk 43.
I guess it seems like something in the aircraft is sending the wrong SIMVAR to V-pilots, potentially.
Position 537 Tango, read back, correct.
Unless I've done something. I don't think I have, though. The radios work perfectly with V-pilot, though. I can send and receive and switch between them. No an issue. Oh, okay, great stuff. Great stuff. Good to know, good to know. I can enable or disable in the settings. Can I? As in the settings on the tablet or on V-pilot? V-pilots. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can find it. What setting am I looking for?
Easy 542, contact London Cushion Gateway Director 126.825, bye-bye.
126.825, thank you. Easy 542.
So there's an option for automatically squawk mode Charlie on takeoff.
Taxi Bravo 1.
But that's not checked for me, so I don't think there is another option, unfortunately. So I guess we'll just have to go with that. So I missed a couple of subscriptions. Anders Rosen, thank you very much for the sub, as well as Nick F on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subs, guys. Welcome to the channel. Is that Mariner?
9803 London Control, good evening. It's the TAL 21 Lima arrival, Stansted.
Look at that beautiful KLM UK 146. Very nice indeed. I still don't see Mariner. Oh, is this Mariner? I must have missed. Oh, here we go, here we go. Here he comes. There he is. Let's see how he does. Oh, he's in the 146 as well. There he is. Let's see, is he going to overrun the runway? Thank you very much for the tips, though, guys. Appreciate that. Oh, here he goes. Oh, it looks like he's nailed it. Oh, a bit of a float. Oh. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. That looked painful. Oh, no. Oh, no. Into the wharf. Oh dear, oh dear.
Dublin Control, good afternoon. Easy 800 Mike Kilo, not Mars.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right, okay then, chat.
Kilo, London Control.
Let's make some progress then, shall we?
Climb down, flight level 100.
There isn't an ATIS here, so we don't have to note an ATIS. But what I will do is I will just double check on the FMC. I'll just make sure we've got the latest QNH. Let's just refresh. 1520 QNH 1018. There we go.
London Central 5 hours, AP20 200, flight level 290.
And I believe we are stand 2-1. I'm not sure if they've changed the stand numbers because this actually says stand 1. Oh, okay, so 2-1 is there, so I guess I read the charts wrong. Let's just have a quick look actually, I just want to verify. Stand 3. I don't actually see a stand 1 on here. Oh well, we'll go with it. Right, alright.
QD89 Mike Kilo, climb, flight level 350.
Flight level 350, easy down at Mike Kilo.
London Control. Oh, I blocked someone there.
Easy 73 Kilo Charlie, London Control, good evening. Cal 21 November for Luton, descend, flight level 340.
Delta 1 November for Luton, flight level 340, 3 kilo track.
Ryanair 9803, report speed.
Max speed 0.75, speed 260, Ryanair 9803.
Ryanair 9803, roger, speed 290 knots or greater on conversion.
Roger 290, greater on conversion, Ryanair 9803.
3 Kilo Charlie, speed 280 knots or less on conversion.
Just waiting for a moment to speak. London Control, Shamrock 5-4, stand 1, type Bravo 463 at London City, requesting clearance to Dublin.
Stand by on clearback.
Okay, we wait for the call back then. How's the ATC volume for you guys?
London Control, good day, easy 49 on flight level 3670, inbound for pilot.
Oh dear, oh dear. JustFlight. We've got your number, brilliant. Maybe you just want to park like that, exactly, Deborah. Just skip the taxi in.
537 Give me 2 minutes, I'm going to come back to you. Break brakes. Easy 429, London Control, good evening. QNAV 1 Golf arrival for Gatwick. Easy 429, QNAV 1.
Confirmed it can land on unprepared runways. Yeah, it's very difficult to land here, to be fair, in the 146. It's quite difficult to slow down, I find.
Star, QNAV 1 Golf arrival.
Volume is too low. Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit.
Confirm arrival, QNAV 1 Golf arrival.
I'm just waiting for them to get back to me with regards to my clearance.
EG73 Kilo Charlie, descent flight level 320.
Flight level 320, easy 73 kilo track.
EG73 Kilo Charlie, descent flight level 160.
Flight level 160, 73 kilo track.
Song is done with the air brake and gear down. Yeah, 100%, but obviously the glide slope at London City is almost 6 degrees, so it's still quite difficult to slow down, even with the air brake out, I found. I did it last night. It was quite tough. But thank you very much for the sub, Martin. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Just waiting for my clearance now from this controller. Last time I was at London City, though, I was waiting for my clearance for quite some time. So I tell you what we're going to do is we'll carry on with some other stuff whilst we wait. We'll go ahead and get the aircraft loaded up.
Hoisted 537 Tango, hold position after departure runway 20, after standard noise abatement procedure, right turn direct Gibson.
Okay, so we are going to have a zero fuel weight today of 35153. Now, when I click this and type, it's going to put the camera all over the place, so don't mind this, guys. 35153.
Tango, reback correct.
3.
20, the wind 26.
Let's just check it's correct. No, it's not. Three, 5, 1, 5, 3. 35153. Enter. There we go.
441 descend flight level 70.
And block fuel, we're going to need a block fuel of 4802. So again, the same thing is going to happen. So we're going to type in 04802. Hopefully they can fix it so it kind of locks the keyboard input into the tablet rather than having the camera go crazy every time. 4802, enter. So it gives us a gross weight of 39,955. 39,955, which is correct for the gross weight. The sim brief profile for this seems to be very accurate, by the way. Now then, passenger total 109. Now, let's see if it actually changes the weight if I amend this. Okay, it does. So the passenger weights must be slightly different on SimBrief to what they are on the add-on, but that's not really an issue because I always use the zero fuel weight anyway. 35146, so it's slightly different now, but we're going to go with that. That's no problems. So I've just received a text message, I think. I'm sure I heard a text message, but no. Alright, so we can set our trim by clicking here. That sets our trim for takeoff.
London Control, easy 23 kilo, time level 8.
So that is set.
Flight level 189. No, sorry. Flight level 189, climbing to flight level 140.
EGT 3 kilo, London Control, roger. Turn right, correction, right turn, heading 250 degrees.
Heading 250 degrees, easy 23 kilo, thank you.
Right. I'm still waiting for my clearance here, chat.
Shuttle 101 with you, 4,000 feet on Norma 1X.
Let's set up the FMC. So we can actually use SimBrief import on this one because it is the working title FMC. So I've already linked up my SimBrief username on here. So we go on route menu and then flight plan recall. Brookman's Park, which is this one. That's the one we want in the Northern Hemisphere. There we go. So London City to Dublin, ground distance of 258. Sorry, is this great circle distance actually on this FMC? 258. That matches up with the OFP. To Dublin, runway 27. Flight number is Shamrock 54.
Passing 5,600 now.
So Leicester, Rodol, Leldo, Bagso, that's all correct, and the airways are correct as well. We'll execute that. Now, again, like I say, we need our clearance really to get our departure, so we'll need to wait for that. I'm just going to speak on the radios once again and just see if we can get our clearance. London Control, Shamrock 54, request clearance to Dublin.
Shamrock 54, sorry about that. Your clearance is to Dublin. Brookman's Park, 1 Alpha departure, runway 27. Initial climb altitude of 3,000 feet, squawk 7537.
Clear to Dublin, Brookman's Park, 1 Alpha departure, runway 27. Initial climb 3,000 feet, squawk 7537, Shamrock 54.
Shamrock 54, read back correct, start approved, report ready for taxi.
Report ready for taxi for Shamrock 54.
London, good afternoon.
Right, okay then, chat. So we got our clearance now. I think he forgot about us, but never mind. We got there at the end.
It is
So we're going to go 7,
arrival for Gatwick.
5, 3, 7.
Is going to be 3371.
There we go. Now, I'm going to request the Brookmans Park 5 Tango departure. It is basically the same thing, but just using ground-based nav aids. We'll see if he gives us it. He might not, because he does sound quite busy, but we'll see what he says. No harm in asking, right?
Western 152, do you have the New Stars salute and the undug 1 November?
Second, I'll check.
London Control Shamrock 5-4. Could we request the Brookmans Park 5 Tango for departure?
Shout on fire, question 54, affirm, pre-clear, Dublin, Brookmans Park, 5 Tango, departure, 27.
Brookmans Park 5 Tango, runway 27, Shamrock 5-4. Okay, great stuff. So we've got the 5 Tango.
London West 152, affirm, we do have that.
Great stuff.
152, thank you.
So we've got 5 Tango, Brookmans Park 5 Tango, runway 27, we'll execute that. And then we'll put in our expected arrival into Dublin, which is going to be runway 28 left. We'll use the ILS. And we are expecting the Bagso 2 X-Way arrival, which is selected there. And we're also going to execute that. We'll check our legs page. Now, we do have, obviously, restrictions on the departure. However, obviously no VNAV here, so there's not really too much use in checking through these. We're going to be just referring back to the charts for the majority of our restrictions. We do have a discontinuity here, which I'm going to remove. And that is everything. Great stuff. So we're actually going to use, we'll leave the legs page open in case we get a direct at any point. And we'll also go ahead and set our stop altitude of 3,000 feet for the departure. Right. I do really need the loo, chat, so I'm just going to nip away for a second. I'll be back with you. 1 second, guys.
Please. Right at 9803, contact London Control 127, decimal 825.
London 127, 127.825, right at 9803, good day.
Right at 9803, descend flight level 160, sorry, and then contact London Control.
So we'll continue down to 160 then London, right at 9803, yeah.
Sovereign 441. Fly heading 320 degrees, vectors are level approach 24. Heading 320, 7441. Egypt 8986 Bravo, climb flight level 290. Hello, 290.
Shortland 101, climb flight level 130.
Flight level 120 for shuttle 101, thank you.
Poison 537 Tango, leading control airspace with the deconfliction service.
Leading control airspace with deconfliction service, 527 Tango.
Easy 49, descend flight level 120. Easy 429, descend flight level 110.
Right then, chat, we are back. I'm just going to turn the ATC down for a minute because we don't need to report anything until we're ready for taxi now. So I'm just going to turn it down a touch so I can hear a little bit better. And we'll turn down the sim a little bit as well. Martin, thank you very much for the €5 super chat. That's super, super generous of you. Passengers bought a ticket, London City to Dublin for €5. Cheap airline. That's full service on board. Yeah, it certainly is quite cheap, that, isn't it? Well, you know, we want to get people on for this inaugural. Well, not inaugural, but I guess it's a historic flight, isn't it? So yeah, everybody is welcome.
Easy 23 kilo.
But thank you very much for that €5 super chat. That's super generous of you. Thank you very much. Right, let's have a look. Delta Tango bought the 146 this morning, been struggling, definitely another level. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff that's a little bit unconventional in there, so yeah, I'm still learning myself, but nevertheless, I hope maybe we can share some tips with you today.
9 Mike Kilo, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8, easy, 89 Mike Kilo, thank you.
There's just some discussion over at the community page as to BAE 146 is very light on the weight, like paper, as someone wrote. Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment on that, to be quite honest with you. I don't think I've done enough hand flying with it yet to really comment on that one. Do I recommend the EGLC scenery? I was thinking about buying it to go for the 146. I do, yes, but it's not been updated yet to reflect the new stands and the new taxiway. So if Orbx are going to update it, definitely. But I mean, it is a good one, to be fair. It adds in obviously this factory behind here. The actual modelling and texturing is very good, but it does need a little bit of an update. It's not quite super up to date compared to the real airport, but it is quite good overall. I do like it, and I think it's quite a nice scenery. Mariner got recording of that landing. Very nice, dude. Very nice.
Shuttle 101, climb flight level 130. Shuttle 101, contact London Control 127825, bye-bye. Shuttle 101, contact London Control 127.825.
Is this a study level plane? I would say so, yeah. I mean, it's got everything there. Certainly. But I suppose study level is a bit of a subjective term, isn't it? So I don't want to really say too much about that.
Dublin 441, cleared ILS approach from 24.
Mariner said he was going to log onto ground, but he needs to pick Mariner up. He's doing a flight out of Dublin. Probably won't go out of Dublin, no. Probably won't have time today, but no worries at all, dude. Thank you for dropping by, nevertheless, dude. And I'll send all your best to Mrs. Mariner for me. But yes, the approach to London City is fantastic. We've done it a few times in the CJ4. I've even done it in the A320 back in the day. But yeah, it definitely needs a bit of practice, especially with a new aircraft. My first flight I did in this aircraft was into London City. Maybe I bit off a bit more than one I can chew there. Yeah. All right, so we've got our clearance now, chat. So we're going to go ahead and just brief the departure. Obviously, we've got all the passengers on board now, and we've got all of the fuel on board. So we'll bring up the fuzz pad once again, and we'll have a look at the departure. So we're going to do the Brookmans Park 5 Tango departure. Runway 27, again, London, EGLC, Brookmans 5 Tango, and this is the chart number 40-3. So transition level is 6,000 feet. Cruising levels will be issued after takeoff by London Control. Our expected cruising flight level is flight level 300, so we'll see what he gives us. Do not climb above SID levels until instructed by ATC, so it is essential that we level off at 3,000 feet, our initial cleared altitude. We are in control. We are in contact with London Control, so we don't need to worry about this point. This is not a positioning flight. And at first contact with London Control, we are in contact with London Control already, so we don't need to actually worry about 0.5 either, and we don't have data link, so we don't need to worry about that one. Airport elevation we've already covered is 19 feet, and it's max 250 knots below flight level 100 unless authorized. So the departure itself, looking at the plan view, we're going to use the localizer DME for this very first turn here. So initially we're going to fly runway heading outbound, and then at 1.5 from the localizer, which is India Lima Sierra Romeo is the identifier. 1.5 miles. We're going to take a right turn. Max 200 knots in the turn here, and no turns below 520 feet. So we're going to take a right turn and intercept the 231 radial from the Lambourne VOR, which is up here. So we'll need to tune the Lambourne VOR and set the course of... we'll actually set the course to 051, which is the inbound course. And then once reaching 6.5 DME from the Lambourne VOR, we are required to be at 3,000 feet. And then we're going to take a left turn. Again, max 200 knots. So this is going to be quite a... we're going to have to keep an eye on our speed for this departure. Obviously, manual thrust in the 146. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then we're going to take a left turn on to the 149 radial from the Brookmans Park VOR, which the inbound course of which is 329er. And once reaching the VOR, that is the SID flown, and then we'll transition on to our en route portion of the flight. Average track mileage 20 nautical miles for the total procedure, and the MSA is going to be 2,100 based on the London City NDB, which is located here. Okie dokie. So that is that. It does note down here, if we give a quick read through, this is just the text version of the chart here, which I've just read to you. And it does note here, resume normal speed, inbound to the Brookmans Park VOR. So 200 knots in the turns, but once we go wings level inbound to the Brookmans Park VOR, we are going to go to we're going to go to 220 knots, which is going to be our initial climb speed, and then once we get to 10,000 feet, we'll then go to 250 knots for the final climb there. All right, so hopefully that all makes sense. Let's get that set up on the radios as well, and then we'll do our before start flows. Okay, so we need to get the ILS or the localizer DME initially. So we're going to stick that in the pre-selection here. So we'll put that... Well, yeah. We're going to select pre-selection there, and we're going to go 111.15. There we go. We'll put that in the active, and there we go. We've picked it up 0.2 miles from the localizer, which makes sense as we are here on the airfield. You can see as we've been sat here, the pressure in the accumulator for the yellow brake system has been slowly dropping, so nice to see that that is modeled in there. What we'll also tune is we need to tune the Lambourne VOR, which is on 115.6. There we go, that is set. There was a clunk there. Maybe that's a sound on the switch. I'm not sure what the clunk is. Anyway, 115.65. Sorry, 115.6. We're going to tune in there, and we'll leave that in the pre-selection. We'll also set our course, which is going to be 051. We don't need to worry about our course for the ILS. We're just going to use that for DME. In fact, we should be able to do a... Let's see, can we do a DME hold? So if we put hold there, that should hold the DME there. And then if I change this, 115.6. Okay, that's working fine for us. So this is now set up for our first turn. And we also have the DME showing for the localizer. Very nice indeed. Now, is there a way to see the DME from this VOR at the same time? Let's see. If I go back to on. No, okay, it's not. Right, so we'll put the localizer back. We'll go to hold. And then we'll put in the VOR into the active.
Redirect SITEP.
That's fine. We can just flick that off once we are established inbound to the VOR. Fine, no issues at all. And then we will need to tune the Brookmans Park VOR as well, which we'll put in nav 2 for now, but we will need that in nav 1 at one point. But we'll put in 1175 into nav 2 just for redundancy. God damn it. 1175. Seems like it's out of range at the moment, which is fine. No worries at all. In fact, I tell you what we can do is... No, we can't do that. Okay, that's fine. I thought we might be able to do a DME hold on nav 2 and just have that on nav 2, but there's no DME hold on this radio. Just on this one, which is fine, no issues at all. Okay, so that's everything set up for the departure. Sorry, we'll set the course as well, which is going to be 329er. Let me just see what this does. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very, very good. I like that. That's very nice. So what that's doing is we've got it on split, which is basically nav 1 on this CDI and nav 2 on this CDI. You can have nav 1 showing on both CDIs, or you can have nav 2, which is actually very, very convenient. Cool. So all I need to do when we're switching to the Brookmans Park is just go like that.
127.825, bye-bye.
Which is lovely. Good. Love to see it. Right, okay then, chat. Who is ready to get going? So, let's see if I can remember some of the before start flows then. We'll get the correct chart up first. So we've got it for reference. So SID, and we want the Brookmans Park 5 Tango, which is this one. We'll stick it in there. We'll leave it about there like that. We've got the aircraft loaded up, so we don't need to worry too much about anything else that's in there. In the tablet even. Right, let's see if I can remember how to get things set up then for an engine start. Okay, so coming up above. We'll get the beacon light on. Hydraulics should be off for engine starts. I'm going to try and do this by memory, but I will do the checklist afterwards just because I want to try and get it ingrained into my brain. Center tank transfer should be in auto, although we have nothing in the center tank today. Looking down here, you can see nothing in the center tank, but this should be in auto anyway. It's not going to harm us. We'll put all the fuel pumps on. Power is set up correctly. We don't have the APU. We're not going to start on the APU today. Generators are offline. That's fine. APU generator is offline. Engine anti-ice comes on for engine start. Very unusual for this aircraft. But engine anti-ice comes on for engine start. We'll fasten the seatbelts. Should have already done that really, but that's fine. Pressurization is all set. Ice protection doesn't need to come on now. Ice detection can come on though. And all of the air supply can stay off for now as well. Everything up here looks good. Okay, I think we are about there. We'll also, of course, need to do this as well. So we'll do this just before we go any further. So we'll power on the TMS here. Outside air temperature is in fact 19 degrees. So we're going to set that in here. 19er. And that's going to give us 90.6 for the N1 for takeoff. We'll use flaps 24 for takeoff, which is going to give us a VR of 122 and a V2 of 127. I'm actually just going to click on this to set all of the bugs as necessary. In fact, in the tutorial it says use a TGT of 840, which that's what I'm going to go for. Not quite sure a good TGT to use for various stages of flight, if it's even used at all that much, but I'm just going by the tutorial flight there of 840. So we're going to use flaps 24, so we'll need to set our bugs ourselves. So VR is going to be 122.
350, is that your question level? Requested level is 350, speed at 46.
122, and then V2 127.
Roger, climb 350, speed at 486.
Which is going to be about there. Sorry, 122 is there. 127 is there. And then VFTO and VER stay the same. So I'll set that on my side as well. 122 and 127. There we go. Perfect stuff. Right. Okay, and then we'll turn the TMS off for engine start. Okay. I think we're almost there, chats. Let's run the checklist.
Control, good afternoon, easy 8905.
Okay, before start checklist, departure briefing is complete. Brake pressure, check above 2,500 PSI. It is not, so I'm actually going to go ahead and we shall flick the DC pump on momentarily and we'll pressurize that system. We'll come down here, we should be able to see that pressurizing the yellow brake accumulator here. Which it is, great stuff. We'll let that top up to above 2,500. Leor, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Swordfish says, is the tablet included in the add-on or is separate? Do you mean this tablet right here? This is included. So there we go. Okay, so we are at... yeah, just over 2,500 there, so that's great stuff. I realise I've not closed the doors, but we'll turn off the DC pump now. In fact, we're going to need to leave that on for a second here, so I'll leave that on. Brake pressure check above 2,500 PSI. Hydraulics all off, so what we'll do is we'll actually go ahead and bring up these stairs. Okay, they need the AC pump. We'll run the AC pump. And then we'll bring up the stairs. There we go. Beautiful stuff. There's the stairs coming in. And we'll close the door as well. Now we'll remove the chocks.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Turn off the AC pump and we'll turn off the DC pump. So hydraulics all off. Fuel center transfer we already did is in auto. Ice detection is on. Fasten seatbelts are on. Fuel quantity is checked. Altimeters are set and cross-checked. Master warning system ground op switch should be in the reset position, which I believe it is. I think I looked at that before. It is indeed. Okay, that's fine. TMS N1 speed bugs are checked and bugs are set. We just did that. Doors and equipment closed and removed. Before start checklist is complete. Okay, so engine starting. Beacon light is already on. Pax and APO air are all off. Engine anti-ice is on. Fuel pumps are on. TMS is off. Engine start power, we're going to use DC external. And engine start master switch, we'll turn that on now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do engine start. So start power we'll put to external DC. We're going to do a little bit of a different start for this stream, just because why not? And so we're initially going to start the first engine, the fourth engine using external DC, and then we're going to do a cross, sort of a cross generator start using Gen 4 once the fourth engine is started. So start power is to external DC. We'll turn the start master on. We'll select engine number 4. As you can see, the APU isn't on here. Let's go ahead and get a nice little camera angle for the engine start here. Why is it so loud out here? Oh, this guy's making loads of noise. We're not going to be able to hear the engine sounds very well then. We'll do it from the inside then, because we won't be able to hear the sounds from the outside really. So start master is on, and we'll go to... Oh, what am I getting that for? Strange. Are we still online? Chat? Are we still connected? We are, okay. Right, so engine 4 starts. Saw the lights flicker there. Well, that happened. So wait for 10% on the N2. There we go. There's 10%. And start the fuel flow. Wait for the TGT to rise, which indicates a light off of the engine. And there we go. There she goes. Very, very quiet inside, actually. I think that other aircraft disappeared now. Have they disappeared? No, they're still there. Very, very quiet inside. I do enjoy that heat blur though. That does look very nice, doesn't it? Right. Okay, we've got a master caution. What did we get a master caution for? Everything looks normal to me. Right.
Right, S239. Turn left heading 350 degrees, climb flight level 19.
Okay, so we've got a good engine start on engine number 4. Everything looks stable. So what we're going to do is we'll do a cross generator start. So what we'll do is we'll actually put the start power back to norm. We're going to turn Gen 4 online. And I think you actually have to... Oh, I forgot what I did earlier. I think I have to... There we go. So start master off. Start power back to norm. Gen 4 on. That's going to knock it off. Okay, so I think I need to knock the external AC off before the Gen 4 will come online, if I remember correctly. There we go. Okay. Got it. So external AC is off. So we've got Gen 4 on now, and we've got norm and on. Okay, great stuff. So before we start the next engine, we'll disconnect the ground power. Got it. Perfect. So start select to number 3 now. And we'll go to engine start. So when I press engine start here, not only will you see the lights flicker here, but you'll also see the load on the Gen 4 go up very, very high, almost to the limit of what the Gen is capable of. Taking a lot of power to start the engines there. So if I press engine start, you can see the load going up there. Coming down, waiting for 10% on the N2. There we go. Fuel flow, engine 3. Thank you very much for that, Martin. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I did run through this earlier, but it just mind blank just then, of course. Okay, so we got a light off on the engine there. Let's see how we're looking outside. There we go. We can hear the engines a little bit better now.
Philadelphia 1401, London Control, good evening, climb down by level 290.
Very good, very good, very good. Engine 2 is stable. We'll come back up top. And we're going to go for an engine start on number 2. So again, you can watch the load and the lights here. Wait for the N2 to rise. 10% fuel flow on number 2.
Is that your requesting flight level?
EV1045230 is just the initial, as a step climb. It's going to take you ages to get to Frankfurt, so I suggest something like 35370.
There's no camera for that side.
Speak loud or turn your microphone up. 350 was that?
Yeah, 350 EV10455.
Very good.
Climb flight level 350.
Engine 3 is stable there. Very good indeed. Now engine 1. We are starting the engines on stand here. Not sure if it's the done procedure at London City, but I think it might be. 10% engine 1 fuel flow starts. As you can hear, very, very quiet in the cabin.
Select 154 left, turn left, heading 240 degrees, climb flight level 220.
Up at 240 degrees and 60 transfer fast.
All right, we're nearly there, chats. We've only been streaming for 2.5 hours. Oh, I love it. Okay, there we go. All engines are now stabilized. We'll set the flaps to 24. Oh no, I should really not do that yet. I need to set the hydraulics first, don't I? I'm too used to the Airbus. Okay, so we'll leave that as it is for now. That's all looking good.
Under control, roger, climb flight level 7.
Great stuff. Okay, so see if I can remember my after start flow then. So ice protection, all the heat can come on for the window heat and the pitot heats. What we'll also do is we will actually start the APU now as well. Just to get some airflow into the cabin for the initial climb out. We can also turn the start master off and the start selector to off. We'll turn the APU generator on as well. We might as well have that on for redundancy. So there we go, APU power is available. Great stuff. We'll turn the APU air on and we'll turn on pack 2.
London Control, Lockback Cargo 1025, passing 2,500 feet with this. Okie dokie.
And we'll turn on Gen 1. Right. I think we're nearly there, chat. We can turn the engine 2 pump, engine 3 pump on as well. And I think for departure we're going to have the electric pumps on as well. but I cannot remember. We'll turn the brake fans to auto. Put the flight deck and the cabin fan on as well.
350 degrees, climb flight level 190.
It is getting, well, it's not too warm in here, but we'll have it on because we've had no air conditioning up to this point.
And confirm, dorsal flight deck, climb flight level 190.
Right. Oh, I never turned the entry light on. It must be dark in there. We'll put that on as well. Oh, no, that's entry light in the flight deck, it seems. I thought that would be in the galley area. Okay, we'll leave that off then. Right.
Now, flight level 70. Trans 70 is here.
Okay, let's do the after start checklist. So engine starting, we've done all that. That's fine. So we'll skip straight to after start. So start power is back to normal. Start selector and master both off. Engine anti-ice is not required. Gen 1 and 4 both on. Brake fans are in auto. Engine 2 and engine 3 hydraulic pumps are both on. AC pump and PTU auto and on. So I did think we had to have those on. So AC pump to auto and PTU on. So that's going to basically, if the engine 2 pump fails, the AC pump will come on automatically, and if the engine 3 pump comes, if the engine 3 or engine 3 pump fails, the PTU will kick in and transfer to. Sorry, I'm getting this the wrong way around, aren't I? So if the engine 2 pump fails, the AC pump is available as a backup, and if the engine 3 pump fails, the PTU can take the pressure from the yellow system to the green system. So that's checked. Heaters are all... We turned those on, didn't we? Heaters is referring to these heaters, so that is checked and all on. APU air and packs. APU air is on, pack 2 is on. Engine air is off for the takeoff. TMS, we can power that on now, and we'll set takeoff mode. Transponder we can put to TA, even though it's already mode Charlie on VATSIM, but we'll stick that in TA. There we go. And taxi lights will turn on when we've got a taxi clearance, along with the brake check.
Easy 8904, looking further, Unicom 128, bye-bye.
Easy 8905, 1 Unicom, thanks for your help. Have a good
Alright, and we'll do a quick check of the flight controls while we're sat still. All looking good there, and the rudder pedals. There we go, lovely stuff. As I was asking, why am I still on the ground? Because we've not taken off yet, dude.
127.825.
To get air into the cabin, why not enable engine air 4? Yeah, I suppose you could do that. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of trying to combine the two of the procedures that I've just used. So for the DC, for the electrical start, combining that with the fact that I think it is normal procedure in this aircraft to take off with the APU on for, I guess, further redundancy and for the air conditioning. And it's normal procedure to have all the engine air off for the takeoff to have maximum climb power available. Hey, it's Scoobs in the chat. Let's go. How we doing, Scoobs? Welcome to the chat, brother. Right, let's get some taxi clearance then.
Shamrock 356 under control, roger. Route direct Coxie, Kilo Oscar Kilo.
Direct to Coxie, Shamrock 356, thanks.
Shamrock 54, request taxi.
Shamrock 54, do you have the new taxiway at London City, or is it the old one?
It's the old one, unfortunately.
Shamrock 54, roger, taxi Echo, and via Echo backtrack runway 27, report ready for departure.
Taxi Echo, backtrack, runway 27, report ready for departure, Shamrock 54. Okay, there we go, chat. So we got taxi on Echo and then backtrack 27 and report ready for departure. So let's just refresh my memory. There's only one taxiway here. I'm just making sure.
EG851 London, contact line control 127.
There we go.
127 from AS5 and report the heading to.
Ah, okay, so this chart's different because of the new taxiway. So we're just going to take a... oh, it is different to what I thought. So it's Echo onto the runway at Echo here, back down, 27, turn around, and report ready for departure. Right, there we go, chats. Let's go. So parking brake is released. We can now set our flaps to 2-4.
That's Romeo 1401, Roger. Ryanair 2 Papa Romeo, London Control, good evening, Roger.
Alright, taxi lights on. Get the runway exit lights on as well, just for more visibility. And it's just a short taxi here, so we'll actually bing the cabin. This is Echo coming up here on the left.
EG2211 under control, good evening, climb down, flight level 19.
So there is an aircraft on the runway there, but they are a multiplayer aircraft, so we're going to ignore them. So I do apologise if that's any of you in the chats. So Echo, entering the runway. We'll come up here and get the strobes on.
1401, I contact Unicom 1228, 600 days.
Checking right. Checking left.
Descent, flight level 100.
Flight level 1000, for 9
Just confirm descent, flight level 100.
Flight level 1000, for 9
Speed 31 Foxtrot, contact the...
Close your eyes!
7.825, bye-bye.
Alright, so we've got flaps 2-4 is set there.
Turning left, heading 50 degrees.
Okay, let's do the before takeoff checklist as we backtrack here. So brakes are checked and yellow. Flaps are selected and checked. Flight instruments are checked. Flight directors we can turn on now. Trim is set and checked. Config test. Config test is okay. Continuous ignition is not required.
Flight level 90,
Cabin is secured. Weather radar we can go ahead and turn on now. We'll put it in map mode. Oops. There we go. Landing and strobe lights will turn off when we get our takeoff clearance. TMS is on and in takeoff. Flight controls are unlocked and free, and the master warning system is checked. Before takeoff checklist is complete. I don't know if we've got a mod in the chat to ban that user there. I don't know if Acer, if you're still here or not. I'll have a look at that in a second.
EG2211, report heading to London Control 127.825. EG221, report heading to London Control 127.825.
Alright then, jets.
heading 35.
So checking the FMA, we've got pitch roll and we've got nav 1.
2211, report that heading.
So initially going to use the ground-based nav aids for the departure.
Reporting the heading to London controlled on 1278.825.
Okay, we'll set the parking brake there. I just really need the loo again, so I do apologise, chat. I'll be back with you in just a second.
Level 390, we're on the direct to Fabric.
United 950 London Control, good evening. Route direct Coxie, Kilo, Oscar Kilo.
Direct Coxie, thank you, United 950.
I'll be with you in a second, chats.
Route direct 1037, flight level 80.
Direct Bijan, flight level 80, is one of them.
Olympic 174, good afternoon, climbing actually at 6,000 feet.
Olympic 174 London Control, roger, climb now, flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130.
Olympic 174, route direct Coxie, climb, flight level 180.
Climb 180 direct Coxie, Olympic 174.
Channel 154, no further ATC, Unicom 1228, bye-bye.
That's the same as Channel 154.
Ryanair 2 Papa Romeo, route direct Holly, descent, flight level 80.
Direct Holly 80, run to Papa Romeo.
Alright, chat, we're back. Sorry about that. Obviously needs must.
Flight level 80.
How nice is that picture, though? That looks so good, doesn't it? London in the background there. Oh my days. This sim, it looks so good, doesn't it? Am I using Reshade? No, not at all. This is just default Microsoft Flight Sim. Right. Okay, so we've done our before start checklist. Let me just review after takeoff, just to remind me what I'm doing here. Okay, so I need to bring flaps, landing gear, obviously, TMS to sync. Obviously, we need 200 knots for the first couple of turns. And we'll put engine air and APU air. We'll sort the APU and the engine air once we have actually done the turns, because we'll need to focus on that initially. But we'll go to sync about 1,000 feet. Initially, we're going to pitch for V2 plus 10. And then at 1,000 feet, we're going to pitch forwards to for 200 knots. Once we get to 200 knots, we'll start getting some of the automation in. So we'll put in vertical speeds, or in fact, we'll go for IAS, and then we will use Vorlock for the VOR.
Climb now, flight level 110.
So to review, we're going to come out 1.5 miles from the localizer. We're going to take a right turn, capture the inbound course to the Lambourne VOR, which is going to be 051 inbound. Max 200 knots, no turns below 520 feet. 3,000 feet is a stop altitude. At 6.5 miles from the Lambourne VOR, we're going to take a left turn, still 200 knots. Before reaching the Lambourne VOR, however, we will go to, once we are established on the inbound course here, we'll go to heading mode. We'll then switch our CDI to nav2. Once reaching 6.5 miles, we'll take a left turn inbound to the Brookmans Park VOR, 200 knots again. We will likely reach 3,000 feet before... Well, we need to reach 3,000 feet at this point. So what we'll need to be aware of is obviously we'll need to come back on the power, most likely on this inbound leg, to make sure we don't break this 200 knot speed limit on the turns there.
London Control, good day. EC 2748 passes 3,800 for 4,000.
EG 2748 London Control, roger, climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
Climb to 6,000 feet, 274.
Right. I think that is good to go, I hope. Shamrock 54 is ready for departure at London City.
Shamrock 54, roger, runway 27, the wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Shamrock 54. Okay, there we go. We've got our clearance. Let's release the parking brake. We'll get the landing lights on now.
Hello, Beaver 71 Charlie, checking in 360 descending.
Oh, we left the engine anti-ice on. I didn't mean to have that on there.
Bye-bye.
That'll be why we had the caution there. That's great. That's sorted now.
Flight level 180, level 174.
Olympic 174, climb flight level 290.
Climb 290, level 174.
Right now, 2 Papa Romeo, contact the nigger coast. I'll try again. Gatwick direct to 126.825. Bye-bye.
Direct to 126.825, good day. Vanity 2 Papa Romeo.
Easy 2748, left turn heading 350.
Okay, one thing I did forget to do is set the heading bug. We're going to set that to 270, our current heading. Runway heading, where is that on the charts? 272.
Whiskey, resume main navigation, Coxie.
Resuming on navigation.
There we go.
Confirm the point, route direct Coxie, Kilo Oscar Kilo.
Direct,
Right then, chat. I probably won't be able to talk too much during this departure because it is going to take a lot of concentration, but hopefully you guys will enjoy the sounds anyway on the way out. So enjoy the departure, guys. Let's go.
TMS set to take off.
Control ready, good afternoon. I'm Baltic to the Gulf, flight level 210, sending flight level 140.
190.6. That's because the parking brake was set.
Baltic, Chief Golf, London Control, roger. Route direct Niggett, and then join the FedEx 1 Golf arrival for Gatwick.
Power set, flex achieved.
That's a multiplayer aircraft in front of us, don't worry about that. Oh, I had my feet on the toe brakes, god damn it.
Speed alive, both sides.
Okay, speed is alive. Takeoff thrust is set.
Cross-checked.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotates.
V2. Positive rate of climb. Gear up.
Climb now, flight level 190.
Gear up. Okay, I need a bit more trim up here.
Climb control is the Zinertek winner, 712, 228,
Okay, we're gonna go sync.
EG 72 Echo Lima, roger, the left side, so Unicom 1228, bye-bye.
1.5 miles, we start our right turn. And we're at 1,000 feet. We're going to go to sync. Bring the power back a little bit to 88. We're going to start our right turn. Bit too much back on the power there.
EG2748, resume O navigation, Welling.
V2 plus 10, safe high speed, select flap 18.
That's 18.
Channel 356, I'm closing Unicom 1228, bye-bye.
On to Unicom, thanks for the ATC, Sherwood Cubic.
Olympic 174, I'm about to close Unicom 122, destination, be aware there is traffic about 4 miles towards the Christian final. Olympic 174, Unicom 122, destination, bye-bye.
Olympic 174, Unicom, bye-bye.
Leave 704, Whiskey, no further ATC, Unicom 1228, bye-bye.
Alright, we've got altitude capture. Okay, I'm going to get the autopilot in.
No further ATC, Unicom 122,
Autopilot is in.
Unicom 128,
VFTO, safe high speed, select flap
950, Unicom 128, bye-bye.
Flaps up. We're going to have to watch the power here so we don't bust 200 knots. Okay, and we're going to sync our heading bug here.
Airport 622 Golf, contact Gatwick Director 126, destination 25, bye-bye. This is my 8 to 5, I'm back to the golf.
Okay, it's flying fast. Stop. Sync the heading bug there.
Shamrock 54, climb now, flight level 140.
Climb flight level 140, Shamrock 54. Okay, we'll go to heading now. And we're going to go to nav 2. We're going to bring this back to on.
Locations are not closing. Unicom 122, destination, bye-bye.
Okay, this guy's closing now. So we're going to go to cruising flight level 300. Alt arm. And I don't have my DME. I've messed up here, I think. So I need to go 1175. Okay, there we go. 11 miles. Actually, no. I tell you what I'm going to do just to make things simple. I'm going to go direct, Brookman's Park, execute, go to RNAV, LNAV, and we are going to bring the power back a little bit for the turn. That was challenging. I'll review what's just happened there once we get established outbound here, chat. But I just want to bring the speed back initially. And it's kind of hunting a little bit here, so I'm just going to go and run this direct again. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, there we go, 220 knots. Let's go indicated airspeed for the climb. Now I'm going to bring the power back in. So we've got Alt Arm, L Nav. So bringing the power back in should bring the nose up. And we're going to go to 88% for the climb. There we go, nose is coming up. There we go, and we're climbing. Great stuff. We're going to set standard as well as we cleared ourselves up to a flight level. Standard is set. Woo! Jeez Louise, chat. Okay, so we're climbing out now. 220 knots for our initial climb. And then we're going to pitch for 250 a hit when we hit 10,000. We'll come up top. And I want to put pack 1 on. We'll get all the engine air supply on now as well. We'll turn the APU air off and the APU off. And we'll do the after takeoff checklist. So landing gear is up, lights out, flaps are up, TMS is in sync, engine air all on, APU air off, and packs both on. We'll check the pressurization on the first officer panel, and we are pressurizing. We've got a couple of dings there. But I think we're looking good, chat. All right then, chat. That was very challenging, guys. I don't know if you guys could tell there or not, but I was flapping a bit there. I was flapping a bit. He's cheating, looking at live chart. I wasn't actually. I didn't even notice my aircraft position on there at all. I was literally just looking at the at what I had to do. But I mean, whatever, dude. Right, so making sure we're staying on 88% for the climb. Every 5,000 feet we want to add about 1% N1. So we're at 10,000 now, so we're actually going to go up to 91 on the N1s. And we're coming up to 10,000 feet now, so we're going to get the landing lights off. We'll get the seatbelt signs off as well. What we'll also do is we're going to press sync. So sync, and then I'm going to pitch down for 250 knots. So I'll explain to you guys what sync is, because I didn't really explain that before, did I? If you were unaware. The flight directors are very sensitive. So I think about 6 degrees is going to do it, I think. There we go. And then sync again. So just checking, we're still on indicated airspeed LNAV, indicated airspeed LNAV. Alt is white and armed. 250 knots. And we're climbing out nicely. Very good indeed. Okay. Right, all right, all right. Beautiful. Climb checklist. Altimeters are set. PTU and AC pump we can actually turn off now. APU is already stopped. Fasten seatbelts are off and lights as required are set. Climb checklist complete. There we go, chat. Love to see it. We're at 15,000 feet now, so we're going to go to 92% on the N1. Or there or thereabouts. My throttle is very fiddly to get on an exact N1 percentage, but that'll do. Right then, chat. Okay. So I hope you guys enjoyed that departure. That was quite a handful, actually. So I'll let you guys... I'll sort of brief you guys on what actually occurred there. Yeah. So we completed the initial turn fine, under 200 knots, but on the way in to the 6.4 mark, I'll bring the chart up again so you guys can see. So yeah, basically we came out like this. 1.5 miles, we were about just over 1,000 feet, if I remember correctly. We took the right turn. We stayed just under 200 knots. Well, we actually stayed at quite a lowish speed for quite a while. Although we were flying at about V2 plus 10, if I remember correctly. Although I remember the first officer seemed to call out V2 plus 10 much later. We've got ice detected there. Let's get the engine anti-ice on. We did say we were going to expect some ice on the way potentially. Yeah, so the first officer did call out V2 plus 10 a little bit later than what I was expecting. So I'm not sure if the first officer call outs are based on the flaps 18 takeoff potentially. But yeah, basically what we did is we came around here. Everything was pretty much okay with that first turn, I think. But it's when we were coming inbound to the Lambourne VOR where it went a little bit pear-shaped, actually. So we leveled off at 3,000, and then our speed started to increase. We went above 200 knots, so we broke the speed limit. And then it was a case of making the left turn to Brookman's Park. And to be quite honest, I just completely... I guess I just completely... not panicked, but I got a bit flustered in setting the correct modes up here. So you guys probably noticed I switched to Nav2 to bring the CDI onto the left-hand side here for the left turn in towards Brookman's Park. But what actually threw me off was that the DME for the Lambourne VOR actually disappeared then, so I didn't actually know at which point to actually start that left turn. So that got me all a bit confused. So what I ended up doing was, as you guys may have noticed, was I pulled the power back to bring the speed back to 200 knots for the turn. And then I just switched to RNAV, which is going to take the FMS data, and then I just gave myself a direct to Brookman's Park, seeing as though the controller went offline. And yeah, why not? That solved the situation. It's not an unrealistic expectation to think you get a direct to the final fix on a departure route. That is quite normal. So that's what I did. But yeah, a bit of a handful to change through all the different nav aids on your own. I think maybe I could have planned that a little bit better, potentially. There might be a better way to get the DME to hold in here. But I'll have to have a bit of a think about that. But that's essentially what happened. But I think overall it didn't go too badly, actually. Not too bad at all, I don't think. I'm pretty happy. But look at this thing. What a beauty. What an absolute beauty. Look at two screens if you take off and put them on your Discord. Looks spectacular. Amazing, dude. I have to have a look. One thing I do have to say about the takeoff is, though, I did majorly mess up. So on the takeoff roll, for some reason, I kept my hand, I kept my feet on the toe brake. So my takeoff roll was really slow initially, and then we almost ran out of runway, if you guys noticed. So yeah, that was also me just being dim. But we did manage to take off before the end of the runway, which is always good. Dear, oh dear. Excel says, "Oh, screw it, I've got to get this add-on. I just love the 146. It'll find the time to learn 737. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a lot to learn, I think. Especially, yeah, it's a lot. But I mean, I have to say, this is only my second flight I've done in it, and it is making sense to me. I think the thing that messed me up the most was just really the fact that I was sort of challenging myself on that sort of the ground-based nav departure, because I could have quite easily just used the FMS for that departure, and it would have been super easy. I could have just followed the flight directors with LNAV enabled, and it would have been super easy. But I think I was trying to challenge myself a little bit too much there. But hey, you know, practice makes perfect. Obviously, in real life, you'd have someone sat next to you here who can, you know, press these buttons for you, which is always my excuse, but it is true. But I think the thing that requires the most learning in here is really just the flows, because there's a lot of switches in here that don't exist in a lot of the more modern aircraft. You know, for example, you know, bus tie switches and you know, a lot of these switches just aren't there. Obviously, some of them are, but the overhead panel on a lot of modern aircraft is far more simplified than what it is in here, or a little bit more streamlined for you know, human factors, I suppose. Pilot Fisk, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. I find it easier to disable vertical speed, IS, or whatever you need, then trim it up and down, and then enable VS and IS, etc. again. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I did think about that when I was first learning about this. But so Marino, what I was doing there is, I don't know if you've used it yet. There's basically what's called the sync mode. So you can see on the control wheel here, you've got a sync button. Now you have to actually bind that in the sim for it to work properly. 1,000 feet to go. So yeah, you have to actually bind that in the sim for it to really work properly. But what I was doing just then to actually get the correct speed set is just to basically press the sync button. So I've got it bound on my joystick to, if I show you, I've got it bound to this button right here. And basically what that allows you to do is you can just press that button once and then pitch the aircraft to whatever you want, and then press it again, and then it will sync the flight directors to that. So I find that's a really nice way of actually doing it, so you don't have to come down here and start messing with these. And I think that's the way it was actually flown in the real world, if I'm not mistaken. Right, okay, so we're at cruising altitude here. We're just leveling off. We want to be cruising at about Mach 0.68. Now, a little trick I learned in a stream I watched yesterday. Apparently, 640 on the TGT is a really good figure for syncing to for the Mach 0.68. So I'm actually just going to try that. So we'll go control. We'll set this first to 640, and we'll go control. We'll go TGT 640, and then we'll let it sync itself up. So as you can see, it's moving the throttles on its own now. Hopefully it should sync up nicely to 640, and we'll see what speed that gives us in level flight at flight level 300. Yeah, so Martin, I've experienced that as well. I struggled yesterday when I was in cruise to try and hold a speed steady. But like I say, I saw yesterday in someone's stream that apparently using TGT for the cruise is actually a little bit more stable. It still seems like we're increasing on the speed, so I'm actually going to go ahead and just drop this down. Doesn't look like I can go any lower than 600. So let's see how that does. Well, it still looks like it's going to probably overspeed me, probably. Let's see. Oh, you tried it on 600 and it went to overspeed. Okay. It looks like that's what it's going to do for me, so I'm just going to go back to sync. And we'll deselect. Hello? Oh, we'll just press. Oh. How do I deselect TGT now? I want to sync to N1, master of engine 1. Speed's fine. I'll take it off for a minute. I'll put it back on. Sync. There we go. That's better. Control M1, master 1. There we go, that's better. Right then, okay, let's see if I can catch up with some of the chat then. So Marty says, if you click on the V-speeds note on the degrees, you need the call-out will be adjusted. But also set the bugs. If you click on the that V-speeds now on the degrees, need the call out. The call out will be adjusted. Right, okay, I didn't know that. I thought when you clicked on this, it basically set the bugs according to 18. But so if you actually click on the 24 itself, that will reset the call out. Is that what you're saying? Did I bind that using the default Microsoft Flight Simulator settings? I assume you're talking about the sync bug there. Sorry, the sync function. Yes. Yeah, you use this. You have to bind toggle afterburner. That's the key binding to use for the sync function. But yeah, I do recommend using that because that's what I used there on the departure there to not only sync the flight directors to the initial pitch command of the V2 plus 10. I also used it then to set the final climb speed there of 250 knots. So it is quite useful. Yes, you can. What you can do then is you can just leave it in indicated airspeed, for example. So you can start your initial climb out using, you know, just pitch and roll, which will take you on runway heading. And you can pitch up to, say, about just over 10 degrees for the initial climb out. You can gain speed to V2 plus 10. Then you press sync and then let go, and then it's going to sync the flight directors to V2 plus 10. You can then enable... Sorry, it's not going to sync the flight directors to V2 plus 10. It's going to sync the flight directors to that current pitch setting. Once you're stabilized, you can then press indicated airspeed, which is then going to set the autopilot to around V2 plus 10, wherever you're at that moment in time. Once you hit 1,000 feet, you can then hit sync again, pitch the nose down a little bit to 220 knots. And because you're already in indicated airspeed, once you come out sync, it will sync up to continue the climb at 220 knots, and then so on, and rinse and repeat. It's quite nifty, really. It's quite a cool way of flying it, if that makes sense. If the 1 and 4 are blue, you need to adjust the throttle. Yep, I got that. Yep. Yep. I just couldn't get it out of TGT mode for some reason. This is what I wanted it in, like this setup, but for some reason it seemed to be stuck on TGT. I'm probably missing something there, to be fair. Right then, chat. Let's bring up on the FMS. We might as well put in Unicom now as well. We'll just leave it like that, and we'll also come into index and the progress page. So I've got 184 miles to go to Dublin. Let's see if there's any controllers on at the moment over there. There is actually a approach controller online. Fantastic stuff. So we're going to have a bit of a look at our arrival momentarily. In the meantime, let's block a bit of that sun from coming in. Very nice indeed. I love that you could just move this along like that. Or you can put it up front. Yeah, very good. Very good. Let's push our seat out a bit. Let's spread it. Let's get a bit more leg room here and just relax a bit whilst we're in cruise. Very good. Very good. Martin, no worries at all. Hope you enjoyed, and enjoy the rest of your day. Love to playing the autopilot very similar to the 747 Classic. Could well be, yeah. I don't really know much about 747 Classic, but yeah, very good. Very good indeed. Oh no, I've messed up my... What a beauty. It really does look great in this sim, doesn't it? Right then, chat. I'm just going to take a 2-minute break, and then I'll be back with you for the arrival. All right, chat. We're back. We're back. Donny, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook, dude. The Ice Beam, thanks very much for the sub on YouTube. DMO, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Roman, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Sorry I missed you guys earlier on. Charles, thank you very much for sharing the stream, as well as Samir. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you guys are well and having a good day. Thank you very much for the love, guys. I do appreciate that. Sorry about... I've been very preoccupied on this flight so far. As you can see, it's been quite the handful, let's say. Right then, chat. So let's have a quick look at our departure on Volanta initially, just to see what it kind of looked like, what we actually flew, just to kind of get an idea of how I actually did there. So we'll bring it up on the fuzz pad, and as you can see, the departure itself, we actually flew. I mean, that looks like the departure that we expected to fly, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to match up perfectly with the charts. But we did do okay there. We did fly a bit past where we were supposed to turn, and we turned a bit late, I think, if I remember correctly. But it wasn't too bad, was it, chat? It wasn't too bad. So we're on our way now, just approaching the Irish Sea now, just passing over Liverpool, and we're going to start our descent shortly. We're going to need about 100 miles to descend. So let's have a quick look at our arrival. Looks like Dublin approach has actually gone offline now, unfortunately, but we'll go ahead and look at our arrival into Dublin. So let's see then. We are going to fly the Bagso 2 X-ray arrival. And we are looking for the ILS onto runway 28 left. Right. So let's just do a quick check of the METAR here at Dublin. Winds are 310 at 9 knots, so looking good for 28 left. So the Bagso 2 X-ray brings us in. Bagso max 250 knots and max flight level is flight level 100. Although we don't have any controllers on at the moment, so I don't know if we're going to need to worry too much about these restrictions. But this is going to be the Bagso 2 X-ray at Dublin, Ireland. This is chart number 10-2D. And airport elevation 242 feet. Echo India Delta Whiskey, is the ICAO code for Dublin. Transition level, we don't know because we don't have a controller, so we'll take that off the departure chart, which is 5,000 feet for the transition level there. This stuff is not going to be too applicable for us. Obviously, it says if RNAV equipment fails, which it's not going to do, and ATC may request specific speeds for accurate spacing, which is, again, not going to be too relevant for us. So, once again, it's the Bagso 2 X-ray, max 250 knots below flight level 100. Bagso is where we're going to come in on the arrival. Following the 275 track to Adsis, and then a left turn 231 track to Kerav, 230 knots here. Flight level 80 is required there. Flight level 80 required to Kogax as well, which is on the 129er track from Kerav. All of these fixes do also have, they're also backed up by traditional ground-based nav aids, but we're not going to bother with that for the arrival. I think I've had my fill for the departure here today. And then we're going to take a right turn down to Lapmo. Max 180 knots, minimum 3,000 feet. Autopilot was disconnected then for whatever reason. Let's see what's going on here. Oh dear, we're stalling. So we're adding in power. And we're pitching down. We'll clear off that warning. And the go-around mode has enabled itself for whatever reason. I wasn't paying attention to the speed there. But power is fully forwards, and we're pitching forwards, trimming forwards. We are going to lose a bit of altitude here, but that's not a big issue considering we're close to stalling there. That's what I get for taking a break and not paying attention to my speeds. Who noticed that in the chat? Hands up in the chat if you actually noticed what was going on there. Right, so I'm going to keep us at a level attitude here until we get to about Mach 0.65. At which point I'm going to start pitching us slightly. Well, no, we'll go for a level off. We'll level off at 260. We're going to need to start our descent soon anyway, so we'll alt-arm that. We'll rearm LNAV. Which is not coming in. We'll go for VS then. In fact, no, we'll just press sync. There we go. There's sync. And sync again. So we've got roll mode and VS now. And then we'll go LNAV. There we go. And we'll come back onto our track. Come back onto the flight directors. Re-engage the autopilot. Oh! Oh, baby, what the... That was interesting. Okay, so we've got LNAV, waypoint cross track, and VS, and we're overspeeding now. Right, okay then, chat. I think we're back under control now, more or less. Okay. How far have we got to go? 112 miles. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Waypoint cross-track's disappeared now. And we are coming back on to our flight plan. Never a dull moment here. Dear me. I think it would have been excusable to come off our flight plan track there because we basically nearly stalled. So that's not an issue in my eyes. We're still descending just very, very slowly. We're going to capture 260 in just a moment here. What I think I might do just to get the LNAV working again, because it seems to be hunting again, we'll go dandy and execute, and that should sort us out a little bit there. It looks like it's going to do a better job of getting back on to the... There we go, we've got alt green now. And we're coming back onto the LNAV path. We've got waypoint in green now as well. Great stuff. Okay, back to the briefing then. Yeah, so down to, where did we get to? Kogaks, right turn down to minimum 3,000 feet, 180 knots at Lapmo. And then we are going to go for the ILS onto 28 left. So I am actually keeping an eye on my speed this time, chat. You'll be pleased to know. So this is going to be the ILS for runway 28 left into Dublin Island. Page is 11-3. Airport elevation again is 242. Runway elevation 200 feet. Localizer frequency is 111.35. Identifier is India Delta Whiskey. I'm actually going to set the localizer now in the background so I don't forget. 111.35. Inbound course is going to be 278 degrees, so I'm also going to set that in the background before I forget. So that is set. Final approach course 278. So we're going to come in at Lapmo as our initial fix. 278 is the inbound course. At MaxEv we're going to from Lapmo we're going to descend to 2,500 feet, and then our final approach fix at MaxEv 2,500, 7.1 miles. We're going to descend down at 3 degrees for 7.1 miles. Minimums is going to be 402 feet, and I believe you can only put a DH in on this aircraft, so we're going to put 200 feet, which is the standard for an ILS. So I'm setting that again in the background before I forget. If we need to go around, we're going to climb straight ahead to Gannet, max 3,000 feet, and then turn right, max 220 knots to join the 278 radial into the Dublin VOR. Climb to 5,000 and resume en route flight or as directed. MSA is going to be a minimum of 2,400 feet, highest MSA 4,000, just below the airfield here to the south. Great stuff. And then once arriving into Dublin, we are going to come off 28 left here. We'll vacate probably Sierra 5. Here, we'll come down Sierra like so. And we'll probably go left onto Whiskey 2, crossing runway 34 at Mike 1. Then we'll go Link 4 and we'll come to one of the stands here on this pier. So that is that for the arrival briefing. Dear oh dear. Did you not set an indicated airspeed, says Ian? No, because you don't. There's no auto throttle in this aircraft, so you don't set an airspeed when you're in level flight. You will just literally just monitor the speed and adjust the throttles accordingly. A bit like the CRJ. Mariner, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, not too bad. We almost just stalled, but yeah, we're doing good. Do a manual landing. ILS takes all the fun away. I mean, we could do a manual landing, certainly. Yeah. But, I mean, we might as well get lined up onto the ILS. You might as well use all the tools you have at your disposal. I suppose it also depends what the visibility's like as well. If we've got good visibility, which we should do, we'll also need to take that into account. Right, so whilst we're speaking of visibility, let's go to data link weather and we'll request the weather for Dublin. So winds are 300 10 knots. Visibility is over 10 kilometers. We've got few clouds at 3,300 feet and scattered clouds at 18,000 feet. Temperature is 17 degrees, dew point is 9 degrees, QNH 1019, no significant changes. Okay, cool. So we can expect pretty good visibility. However, sometime between now and midday today and midday tomorrow, we are going to expect scattered clouds at 2,000 feet as well. So we'll assess the visibility once we get in there. But currently it all looks good. Right. My view seems to have gone zoomed in a bit there. There we go. We were just testing the stall warning. In flight, what would be my excuse? Yeah, of course, that's exactly what I was doing. What if you use the IAS mode on the autopilot? So the IAS is actually just a vertical mode. So it's basically like flight level change in the, in any other aircraft basically. It's basically like, or if you're in the Airbus, it'd be like pressing a selected speed and then doing an open climb. All right, chat. So, how far have we got to go then? We've got 70 miles to go. We're at flight level 260, so we're going to need 246. We're going to need about 88 miles to descend, which, okay. Yeah, we're well ahead of We're well after our top of descent here, so we're going to actually put our altitude selector down now. We're going to select 3,000 feet. Oh, we've just been contacted on VATSIM as well, so let's see what they have to say. 121.1. These knobs are fairly slow. Dublin approach, Shamrock 2, Shamrock 5-4, flight level 260, information alpha, ready for descent.
Shamrock 5-4, this is Gatwick Ground. I don't know if you should be with somebody else there.
Oops.
Standby.
Yeah, sorry, it should be Dublin approach. My apologies.
Yeah, you should be at 121.1.
Great stuff. Thank you, Shamrock 5-4. Okay, it doesn't seem to have changed the frequency on VPilot to 121.1. There we go.
And 54 Kilo Tango radio check.
We're going to put descent mode in now, and we are actually going to start the descent now because we do need to start descending. So we're going to go sync. I'm going to push the nose forwards.
Shamrock 5-4, you're on my frequency.
Shamrock 5-4, flight level 260, information alpha.
Shamrock 5-4, Dublin approach, identified, continue descent to flight level 80.
Continue descent, flight level 80, Shamrock 5-4.
Dublin approach, speed about 83 Delta Mike.
Alright, altitude arm, altitude select, 8,000 feet. Right, let's go to sync.
310 degrees, 9 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, speed about 83 Delta Mike.
There we go. We'll put the autopilot back in. Oh, it's still in. There we go. We're fine. AP is in now, so we're descending in pitch mode currently, but we're going to change that to vertical speeds.
Taxi Delta Sierra, Link 6, Foxtrot Outer, Papa 1, hold short.
Now we're descending about 3,000 feet per minute at the moment, which is approximately about a 6-degree descent profile at the moment.
Is there any chance we get Charlie, please?
Thrust levers are at idle. We've got descent mode in on the TMS, which is basically going to mean that we can't throttle back too much to stop pressurization of the aircraft and air conditioning.
Outer, Papa 1, hold short, runway 1634.
Right, we're going to be cutting this quite fine for the descent here, so I'm going to just try and get down as quick as possible. I'm actually going to get a bit of air brake in as well because we are increasing the speed there.
Foxtrot out to Papa 1 and hold short for 1634 for green wings, 901.
So you can see we've got the air brake out there on the back.
Good upwind, hello again. Contract 5 Kilo Tango. Try again, I-40 is Midlands with Alpha.
And contract 54 Kilo Tango, you are cleared to, correction,
We are way too high at the moment. We've just passed through Bagso. We should be at 250 knots for flight level 100, so let's see what happens here.
6653, frequency after departure will be Shannon control on 131.150.
Okay, cleared East Midlands runway heading, initial climb 900, radar transition to MDEC, squawk 6653, and frequency 131.15 and standard airborne frequency, or will you hand me off?
Yeah, your airborne frequency now is Shannon Control, because it's instead just come online, so 131.150.
It doesn't want to seem to give me a higher vertical speed.
Contract 5 for Kilo Tango.
Contract 5 for Kilo Tango, read back correct, call fully ready for push and start.
Oh, we're both fully ready. Contract 5 for Kilo Tango.
Waypoint LNAV, vertical speeds. Let's see, so if I press sync, pitch forwards, and then sync. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it for me. Oh dear, I didn't mean to do that. Well, our landing speed set for 121. I am flapping a bit here, chat, I'm not gonna lie. We are way too high. And for some reason I can't get it to give me a better vertical speed than this. Sync. Pitch down. Hold it.
Screaming 9901 from Papa 1, enter left, runway 1634, hold short, runway 28 left. From Papa 1, taxi on to 1634 and hold short 28 left for green wings and 9901.
Sync. No, it doesn't want to give me a better vertical speed than that. Strange. Oh well, we keep coming down. We're coming down quite well. So we'll see what we'll see how it goes. This controller doesn't seem too annoyed at us that we're above the profile. We'll get our landing lights on now. We'll also turn the seatbelt signs on.
Thank you. Continue Sierra 4, Sierra, left whiskey.
Do I descent checklist? PTU. We'll put on.
Continue Sierra 4, Sierra left.
Put the AC pump to auto. Pressurization.
Shamrock 54, you're still very high for the approach currently, so turn left heading 190 vectors ILS approach runway 28 left.
Left heading 190 vectors ILS 28 left, Shamrock 54. Right, okay, so we're gonna get put onto vectors now. And I'm just gonna
you can
disconnect
to altitude 3,000 feet to Dublin QNH 1020.
Continue to 3,000 feet, QNH 1020, Shamrock 54. So I'm actually just going to take the autopilot out for a second here just to get it to do what I want it to do. So we're going to put the heading round to 180.
And green wings 9901 approaching the hold, fully ready. Green wings 9901, new after departure frequency, Shannon.
We're going to put heading in.
Surface 320 degrees, 8 knots, runway 28 left, clear for takeoff.
And vertical speeds.
And one airborne frequency will be 131150.
And we're going to put the AP back in. 1020 is the QNH, and we're clear down to 3,000 feet. Altitude arm. We're looking good. Thank you, Mr. Controller. Appreciate that. Okay, so pressurization. Let's see how we're looking. Okay, we are descending on the cabin altitude. That's fine. Looking good. Pressurization is set. Briefing is complete, landing data is checked, and bugs are set. We'll set our V2 speed here as well to 125. Okay, I'm just going to leave the other ones where they are. They should be okay. Okay, so approach checklist. Altimeters are set and cross-checked. Seatbelt signs are on. APU, we can go ahead and start that.
Dublin approach, speedbird 82.
Brake fans are in auto. Fuel panel is set. Cabin, we shall warn then.
Brake, Shamrock 54, turn right turn, heading 310 degrees. From that heading, cleared ILS approach, runway 28 left, report established.
Right heading 310, from that heading, cleared ILS approach, 28 left, report established, Shamrock 54.
Tip it to Delta Mike cross, runway 1634, link 4, span 203.
Select flaps 18.
Flaps 18 is set. We need to watch our speed now.
Link 4, and stand 203, speedbird 82, Mike.
And green wings 9901, 5000.
310 on the heading is set.
Green wings 901 in Dublin, there's an automatic handover passing 2,500 feet.
Put Vorlock.
131.150, see ya. Roger, just thought I'd double check in case you had jurisdiction of me still, but over to Shannon now for green wings 9901, thanks, bye-bye. Yep.
Okay, so Vorlock won't come in. Let's just check the ILS details. We've got 11135. Inbound course of 278 is set. Ah, okay, so we need to go to nav on here. Oh dear. Oh, okay, we're getting a stick shaker again. God damn it. Right, okay, we're fine now. That's better. Not paying attention. Right, so let's rebuild the automation. We'll put heading back in. Alt as well. We'll disengage sync.
Localizer armed.
We'll arm the localizer. Autopilot is back in now. We climbed a little bit there. And we're still climbing. Come on. We'll get the power back out. Localizer is captured.
Glide slope armed.
Arming the glide slope. Oh dear, chat. I'm focusing too much on certain things and it's messing me up. But we just about recovered that now. Right, okay.
Plan 45, Dublin approach, good afternoon. You're cleared to Gatwick, Pettit 5 Alpha departure, runway 28 left, squawk 6614, frequency after departure, Shannon control 131.150.
Steep approach is not required. Radio altimeter is set and cross-checked. Anti-ice is not required.
Plan 45, read back correct, call fully ready for push and start.
545.
Okay, I'm going to set flaps 24 now.
Dublin approach, speedbird 82, Mike. I think I've gone to the wrong stand. However, I'm on, I believe, stand 203 and shutting down.
Yeah, from 203 will...
Glide slope's coming down.
If you got a different stand, it's no problem.
82, Mike. Roger, I was looking for 204. Thank you very much for your help this evening. How do we need?
It is it.
Dublin approach, hello, Ryanair 7 Fox.
Glide slope captured, we'll get the gear down.
Flight level 80, box to Lima arrival.
I completely forgot, chat, that I had the air brake out still. That's why we stalled there. But we're looking good now. We're looking good. 9 miles to go. Glide slope captured. Localizer is captured. Let me just get my bearings here. So, landing checklist, AC pump.
Established on the ILS.
Is in automatic. Landing gear down, 3 greens. Lights as required. Flaps, we'll set those for landing as we come down. Airframe anti and de-ice, we'll get that off now. APU air and PAX, we'll get the APU on, and PAX will stay on. Engine air, we'll turn that off, and nose wheel steering is centered. Landing checklist is complete. Now all we need to do is just get the last 2 stages of flap out. Let's start a replay recording. 2500. Radio altimeter live checked. We'll record. And there we go, chat. We are more or less established now on the ILS. We're looking good. I'm actually going to move this around a bit here. There we go. All right, chat. So we'll go to flaps 30.
Shamrock 54 confirmed established on the ILS.
Shamrock 54 established, ILS 2ALF, my apologies.
Shamrock 54, no problem at all. Surface winds 320 degrees, 8 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land.
2ALF clear to land, Shamrock 54. Thank you for your patience.
Break, Ryanair 714.
Right, okay, chat. We're clear to land.
Speed to Dublin QNH 1020.
Let's disconnect and we'll fly this thing in, see how this thing feels. So we're going to go to flaps full now.
Running 1 Fox Yankee, just confirm the QNH for me is QNH 1020.
Going to bring the power back. It's quite difficult to see the PAPI, but I believe we're on 2 whites or at least 3 reds, I think. I know we've got 2 whites, 2 reds currently. We've got blown off center line a little bit here, so I'm going to just rectify that. Going to bring the power back a little bit more. $1,000 is checked. We are stabilized. 3 reds now, adding a bit more power.
Sorry, contract 54, say again.
$500 feet is checked. We are a little bit off center line here, but we should still be able to make this happen.
Glide slow.
Okay, that's because we went more than 1 dot off the glide slope. We've recovered that, we're fine.
+100. Glide slow.
And we've done it again. It's nice to see that that is modeled really well, though, I have to say. Right, we're going to get the air brake out now.
Glide slow.
We are visual, we're going to ignore that.
50, 40, 30.
To idle.
10.
We're not idle.
Oh, I've bounced it. We're down. We're at idle power, full spoilers are out. There we go, lift spoilers. Oh.
Brake pressure seen. 80 knots.
And we're slowing down.
60 knots.
Get the spoilers back in. And there we go, chat. There we go. Oh, I bounced it a little bit there, didn't I? Was I a bit fast? Right, there we go, chats. Landing lights to taxi now. Come up top and get the strobes off.
Dublin approach and good day. City Island 5122 radio check.
City Island 5122, Dublin approach, readability 5.
Well, we got a replay of that, guys, so you'll be able to see what that looked like from the outside. 28 left, vacated, Shamrock 5-4, request taxi.
Shamrock 5-4, continue right turn Sierra, hold short, runway 1634.
Right turn Sierra, hold short, runway 1634, Shamrock 5-4. Alright, where's my pen?
Hi, approach, good day. City Island 5122, information alpha, requesting clearance to London City as filed.
Right, okay then, chat. So,
22 Dublin approach, good afternoon to you. You are cleared.
After landing checklist, air brakes and spoilers are in, flaps are up, lights are taxiing off.
Shannon control 131.15.
TMS is off, weather radar will turn off, and 15 degrees up.
Runway 28 left, score 617, Dublin. Departure will be 131.1.
Transponder to TA. Is that
Island 5122, it's Shannon control.
Is that Alpha Originals on the radio there?
Correct. You can call me full ready for push and start.
Roger, apologies. 131.150 for.
Is that Alpha Original? It sounds like it.
122.
No problem.
Engine anti-ice is off, and continuous ignition is off. After landing checklist complete. All right. And I'll tell you what we're going to do for the taxi in. We've got the APU gen online.
45 at the west ramp with Alpha ready for taxi. We don't need to push.
Slam 45, roger. Taxi via the west apron. Whiskey 2, hold short, runway 1634.
What we're going to do is we will
Taxi west apron, Whiskey 2, short of 1.
shut down engine 1
Slam 45.
and engine 3 for the taxi in. Low oil pressure engine 1, low oil pressure engine 3 is okay. Electrical panel, we've got a caution as well. Generator 1 is offline, however, no issues. We've got APU gen and generator 4 online. We do still also have. We should still also have brake pressure. So we've got the engine 3 pump on. Sorry, engine 2 pump on, which is pressurizing the yellow system and the green system. Great stuff. Let's just test the brakes and make sure. I think yeah, we're looking good. All right, not too bad, chat. Not too bad. How was that landing? It probably wasn't my smoothest landing I've ever done, I don't think. It didn't feel like it was particularly smooth, and we also bounced. So I'm intrigued to see what speed we were at when we touched down there. Did I change to standard at transition of 5,000 feet? Well, we changed from standard to the local altimeter at 5,000 feet. Yep. Turn off AP for 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. Plane looks like a nightmare compared to the A32NX. Well, yeah, defuse. It's a much older aircraft, and therefore you know, there's a lot less hand-holding done in this aircraft. There's a lot more that you have to do as a pilot, and especially in, you know, as a simmer, it is quite difficult because obviously you don't have someone else there to help you out with various different things that you would have someone for in real life. Obviously, with it being a much older aircraft, it was always going to be a two-man crew flying this thing. So yeah, it is quite a challenge in the sim.
Good evening to you. You are cleared to Heathrow.
Roller coaster landing. Yeah, it was a little bit rough, wasn't it? Not my greatest, but it was only my second landing I've done in this thing, so I'm gonna give myself a pass on that.
Frequency after departure, Shannon control 131.150.
Clem, welcome to the chat. No worries at all, dude. Welcome back, and yeah, no problem. Hope you had a nice vacation.
Takeoff, continue, runway setting, flight level 090, that's just after takeoff and deck, squawk 6621, frequency change of 131.1.
So we're currently taxiing in with just the fourth and the...
Mark 167, all correct. Just another note, are you able to accept flight level 270?
With the fourth and the second engine on.
Level 270 will do us perfectly fine, so like 167.
Sure, Mark 167, thank you very much. You're refiled now, flight level 270. Thanks.
Alright. We should get further clearance for our taxi once we approach this runway here. Going to add a little bit of power here. We're going quite slow. I'll stop the replay and we'll watch that back once we get to the gates. I did not mean to do that. I want my sunshade. Give me. Robert H, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. But that being said, obviously a lot of people saying it looks like a difficult plane to fly. You know, it is a bit difficult, yeah, but you've got to enjoy the challenge. You know, you've got to look back and see what you could have done better. And yeah, that's just the part of the fun, I think.
After that, copy mass pass left sure, I push start pit face east, WQNH was just direct to Pascals.
One thing I am finding is it does seem to wiggle about a little bit on when you're taxiing. It's a little bit strange. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Surely it can't be the wind pushing it that much. Can I put wing view?
Edinburgh Slam 45 would like to remain short of Whiskey 2 the West Adrian for a little bit. We have some issues going on.
Slam 45, roger. Break, contact 542 Tango. That aircraft's going to be behind you for a bit longer, so cancel the push.
We'll cancel the push, contact 542 Tango.
I hope I haven't missed my turning here.
We can pull up Whiskey 3 short of 1634 to Whiskey 3.
Actually, Slam 5, that would be perfect. If you can do that, you can taxi Whiskey 2.
Oh, no, I haven't. No.
Hold short 1634.
Roger that, Whiskey 2 to Whiskey 3 short of 1634, Slam 4 bad.
And contract 45, once that Boeing 747-200 is clear behind, push start approved, facing to the east, to Dublin QNH 1020.
I hope you caught the wing views there, but I am trying to taxi, so it's a bit of a task, really.
Push and start approved face.
This is my favourite, I think.
WQNH was just direct to Pascals. Contract 5 with Kilo Tango.
Good evening, Qatar 39 Quebec with Alpha passing flight level 100.
Qatar 39 Quebec, Dublin approach, good afternoon, Dan. You can continue direct LAPMO.
Or direct to LAPMO for Qatar 39 Quebec.
Shamrock 54 holding short 1634 to Sierra.
Shamrock 54, thanks. You can cross 1634, Bravo 2, Bravo 1, stand 406.
Cross runway 1634, then Bravo 2, Bravo 1, stand 406, Shamrock 54. Alright, there we go. Crossing the runway, let's get the strobes on. All the way up there. And then we're going to go straight across, Bravo 2 straight in front of us, and then Bravo 1 is further on. And we're stand 406, which is the second one on the left. Is it me or is the taxi longer than usual? It tends to be a little bit of a long taxi at Dublin because the 28 left, the most commonly used runway, is when you vacate it, you are quite far away from the terminal. So it can be a bit of a long one, unfortunately. Also, I'm taxiing quite slowly here because I've only got 2 engines on for the taxi.
167, push and start approved, facing to the west, the Dublin
So here's Bravo 2.
Push and start approved, face west, QNH to Dublin 1020.
This is live weather, live time as well. Looking beautiful in Dublin.
Descent to altitude 3,000 feet to Dublin, QNH 1020.
This is the terminal we're coming in at.
1020, Qatari 39, Quebec.
We've got 2 Aer Lingus rugby liveries there.
Island 5122, request bound push.
Sea Island 5122, push and start approved, facing to the...
And then Bravo 2 is just here on the left.
QNH 1020.
And we stand 406.
Dublin QNH 1020.
That is Alpha Originals, guys. If you can you go, someone check Alpha Originals channel, see if he's streaming right now. This is 406 here. We'll get the taxi lights off now. Oh, I forgot to turn the strobes off as well, didn't I? There we go, strobes off. Obviously, we're not going to be able to connect a jetway to this aircraft, but hey-ho. I should have requested a stand, but I just completely forgot to tell you the truth.
Okay, 29 Quebec from Latmo, you're cleared ILS approach, runway 28 left, report established.
There we go. Parking brake is set.
Established, Qatari 39 Quebec.
Right. Okay then, chat. APU generator is offline, so we can go ahead and shut down 2 and 4. We'll come down to the iPad and we'll get the passenger door open, we'll get the chock set, we'll get the stairs extended, and we'll get the ground power connected as well. Why not? Ground power is available. We'll turn that on now. We'll turn Gen 1, Gen 4 offline. APU is online, but we can actually turn that off now. We've got external power. We'll turn the packs off, APU off. We'll turn all of the heaters off now. Turn the ice detection off. Fasten seatbelt signs could come off. And we'll turn off the fuel pumps.
Good evening, Shamrock 496, stand 408 on the right.
Centre tank transfer can come off as well.
Request clearance down to Faro, please. Shamrock 496.
APU off as well.
Good afternoon to you, kid Faro.
And the hydraulics can come off.
Squawk 6646. Frequency after departure.
Beacon light off as well.
31.150.
And that should do it. So
Peleg 5 Alpha departure, 28 left, squawk 6646, and frequency after departure 131150, Shamrock.
I am going to disconnect from VATSIM because we can't turn the transponder off. So, Parking brake is 3000 psi is checked. Taxi lights are off. Pressurization confirmed, depressurized. That is confirmed. Should have done that before opening the doors, but it's done. Hydraulics all off. Gen 1 and 4 off, reset. Thrust levers, fuel off. Master warning system pulled to ground up. Let's do that. Fasten seatbelts are off. Brake fans are off. In fact, they're still on automatic, actually. So we'll leave that in auto. Fuel pumps are off, except left inner. That's not applicable because we're using ground power. Heaters all off. Ice detection off. Beacon light off. Transponder standby. Doors and equipment open as required. All right, there we go, chats. Lovely stuff. Welcome to Dublin. Fantastic. All right, there we go. Let's watch the replay. Why not? We'll first have a look on SimToolkitPro. We'll have a look at the landing report. It's probably not going to be too good, but we'll have a look nevertheless. Let's also see if Alpha Originals is streaming. He is. Let's see if he's at let's see if he's at Dublin. He is indeed. Look, he's at Dublin. That was him that we heard on the radio. Alpha Originals there, guys. Who you just heard on the radio. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right then, chat. So, landing report 1.21 G, 268 feet per minute, 120 knots. So our speed was actually okay. So I'm a bit unsure as to why I bounced. Maybe I flared too much. But our landing speed was 121 knots. We touched down right on the touchdown zone, so I could have probably flared a little bit more actually. And we were bang on the center line, so that's at least a couple of good points. We still hit touchdown zone and center line, which are the two main things really. So I'll take that, no problems at all. And then on Volanta, let's have a look. Let's see what it said on Volanta as well with regards. You can see where we came off the SID here. Sorry, off the star, and then went on to vectors. 257 there at 115 knots. So, yeah, interesting. I'm not sure if it counted the first touchdown or the second one, but nevertheless, not too bad actually, considering we bounced. It wasn't great, was it? But hey-ho. Right then, chat. So let's have a look at the replay then. So if I actually just start the replay now, is that going to get rid of the ground equipment? Oh, it is. That's really nice, actually. Usually it doesn't do that. That's really cool. That's really cool. So I'm just going to let this play while I nip to the loo. And I'll be back with you in just a second. All right then, chat. We're back. We're back. The iPod add-on is cool. It's not an add-on actually. It's just an overlay for the stream. It's not an add-on. All right then, chat. Here we go then. Look how great this sim looks, honestly. Let's see how we did coming in on the final approach here. So just coming over the runway threshold in a second. Bit of a flare there. And touchdown, bit of a bounce. Holding the attitude. And down again. A little bit of rudder to stay on that centre line. Not too bad, but I'm really not sure why I bounced there, to be quite honest. Let's rewind that a touch. Let's go back in the flight deck and let's see what the speed says. Sorry to anyone on multiplayer. Alright, so my speed, about 130 knots here, still coming back on the speeds. There we go. VLS there and touchdown. Yeah, so I basically touched down at exactly the correct speed there. Well, it says 119 now because our weight's changed, but previously it was 121. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that, to be honest. But maybe I just didn't flare enough because it was about 200 feet per minute on the touchdown, wasn't it? So maybe I just needed to flare more, potentially. Oh, I fucked that up then. I wanted to do a nice little flyby. Let's try it again. I'm sorry, Mr. 787. Right, we try again. We'll try do some X-plane style camera. Come on. Come on. We'll get there. We'll get there. Where's the runway threshold? What are my settings? My settings are a mixture of medium, high, and ultra. I don't really know what they are off the top of my head. I can show them again in a few minutes. Right, here we are. Okay. Right, let's play. See the air brake opening at the back there? Very good. Although I'm not convinced it's playing back properly because of the replay mode. Very good. Right, let's go for a window view, something like that. Although you can't really see too much out the window in this aircraft. Well, you can, but you can't really see... Yeah, well, let's see. It's kind of difficult to see, actually. What about this one? There we go, that's a bit better, isn't it? Very nice. What do you guys think, anyway, to the BAE 146? I'm going to give a little bit of a... I'm going to do a little bit of a mini review in just a moment after we watch this replay one more time. Very nice indeed. It doesn't look like the flaps and the spoilers are playing back properly, but hey ho, it's a replay mode. Right then, chat. So what do we think of the BAE 146 then? Let's just increase the exposure a bit there. I mean, let's have a look then. So yeah, a few things that I would personally say about the aircraft is, well, a few positives first of all. You know, it's a really cool aircraft, really quirky, and it's got a lot of stuff that you won't find in other aircraft in the sim. And I mean, it's a 4-engined regional jet, basically. So, you know, it's just very unique, the type of aircraft to begin with. JustFlight have done an excellent job on both the modeling and texturing. There are a few low-res textures here and there if you zoom in, which, I mean, could be improved, but again, I don't really know the ins and outs of, you know, why they do it that way. Maybe there's a reason like that for that. But overall, I think it's an absolutely beautiful model, beautiful texture. The system's depth is just absolutely fantastic. Everything works in the aircraft. You can literally... I feel like you can do everything and anything that you want to do in this aircraft within its capabilities, obviously. Obviously, the circuit breakers don't work, but that's about the only thing, really. It doesn't have failures, but again... it is not that expensive comparable to aircraft that do have failures. I think the main points that I picked up on as sort of maybe neutral points, not necessarily negatives, is the flight, the way it feels to fly. It's quite sensitive in both the pitch and the roll. The flight directors as well feel very sensitive. I'm not sure if that's how the real aircraft behaves, but it doesn't feel like there's any kind of smoothing or anything going on there at all. So that feels a little bit off to me, but again, that might be how the real aircraft is. I don't know. I've never flown this thing in real life. Just what I think. On top of that, there is a... well, no, I think that's about the only negative, really. I think it is using... Well, that's not a negative. It's a neutral point. But on top of that, I think it is using the default autopilot. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. If JustFlight is still in the chat, I think it's still using the default autopilot, which obviously has a few strange behaviors. But it seemed to work more or less fine just there and then. And I think most of the things that went strangely there were entirely my own fault, really. And in terms of negatives, I don't really think there are any negatives as such. There are a few things, like I say, that could be improved. But honestly, I think the positives far outweigh any kind of negative in this aircraft. Honestly, it is quite an astonishingly well simulated aircraft, and it's just a cool aircraft. And the level of detail that JustFlight have gone to is absolutely brilliant. You couldn't really ask for too much more except for failures, really. But in an aircraft like this, I'm not sure if you'd even want failures, to be quite honest. But yeah, it is really fantastic. I would personally rate it very highly. I think in terms of, if you were to compare it to another aircraft in the sim currently, I would probably compare it to the CRJ. It's like a step up from the CRJ, I would say, in terms of system depth. But in terms of the modeling and the texturing and the way it feels to fly, I think it's kind of on a similar level to the CRJ, I think. And I suppose the price point is more or less the same as well. So I think it's fairly priced for what it is, and it comes with a massive manual as well, which is really good to see. So yeah, I would definitely recommend this thing, just purely based on its character, to be quite honest. There are, like I say, a few things that could be improved, but I think with any add-on in Flight Sim, probably you're going to be able to say that. So yeah, I guess those are my thoughts on it, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. That is going to be all from me for today. And yeah, that is going to be it. So guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed. Acer says it looks a handful. Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a handful. But I think once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. I think this is my second flight today, so this is probably not the best example to show you guys. I mean, a lot of other people out there, a lot of other streamers and people you might have seen fly this have flown it already in X-Plane, so they've got a good idea of how it functions, etc. But for me, this is literally the second time I've ever flown this thing, and I didn't really help myself by choosing to do a VOR-based departure, and obviously I'm talking to you guys as well. I'm trying to do all the briefings and whatnot, so I'm definitely making things harder for myself, and it might go a bit smoother for you if you fly this on your own at home and use the built-in FMS. But it definitely is a handful, but again, it's just a different way of flying. And you know, as much as I love the Airbus, don't get me wrong, you guys know I'm a big Airbus fan. It can be a bit boring sometimes when you just put the autopilot on and it does everything for you. There's so many automatics in the Airbus, and I absolutely love that, don't get me wrong, but it can sometimes get a little bit boring because it does so much for you, and it doesn't really leave too much of a challenge. But that being said, it does allow you to finesse on certain other aspects as well. So that's that. Guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I am going to get off now. Thank you very much for all the support today, and thank you very much for dropping by. Hope you guys have enjoyed. If you did enjoy the stream, please do consider leaving a thumbs up on the YouTube page or on the Facebook post. Once again, guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed. The settings. Yes, my apologies. I'll show you that before I go. So, graphics settings. I'm just going to scroll through them, and if you want to pause the video or slow it down, then you can see all of the settings there. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Great to see you all again. I'll be back streaming again. I'm not sure when, possibly at the weekend, but not before. So guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I know not everything has gone to plan today, but nevertheless, I still have enjoyed flying the aircraft, and it just makes me want to fly it more because it's a challenge, you know what I mean? So I hope you guys enjoyed and have a great evening. Bye for now.